Dishing now. Dishing now.
All right, we've got audio.
Dishing now.
And video. Okay, let's do audio tests for everyone. Dave, can you say something? Audio tests for everyone. Dave, can you say something? I've got nothing from Dave. Alex, can you say something?
I am saying something. I am continuing to say something. And I can hear myself on the stream.
You're on the stream. Fred, can you say something?
Yeah, I would like to fill in with something.
All right, perfect.
Else.
John, are you here?
Yes, I am here. Testing, 1, 2, 3. There you go. That's quite traditional. The quick brown fox
excellent.
jumps over the lazy dog. There you go. Normally that's for testing typewriters, but never mind.
Perfect. All right, Dave, you ready?
Yes, I think so.
All right, and Dave, we're good. And Mandrake, I know you and I work, so I think we're ready to start. Thank you very much. We've got people jumping on the stream, and it's 10:15 Sunday morning. So let's begin day 2. Welcome to day 2, the Sunday of Pirate Party Australia National Congress 2021. We've got an exciting and action-packed day today. We've got speeches and more policy work. So I'll just quickly go through the agenda for the day. And the first item is nominations and nominee speeches. In order, this will be National Council, then Dispute Resolution Committee, and then Policy Development Officer. From after that, we'll have discussion topics, which include strategic and party direction discussion, party improvement proposals, policy direction discussion, and free discussion. Then lunch. Then we'll discuss we'll do the traditional item of deciding the location of the next National Congress and discussion topics, and close at 4 p.m. Now, it's quite frequently in the past we've actually gone over time for our policy discussion motions. I don't see anything in the agenda here this year, but typically the time we do it is after we finish all of the nominations and nominee speeches. So that would probably be around 11:30. So the remaining motions to discuss is, I believe, just PM4, and I'm going to confirm that.
PM4 and PM5.
3. Oh yeah, and 5. PM4 and 5. Thank you. So those will probably get through a bit quicker than the process yesterday. Yesterday went very smoothly. Thank you for everyone who participated. So I've also been reminded there's another item outstanding from yesterday which we need to hear, which is we do need to formally vote to accept the council reports. Strictly speaking, it's not required for the president, but it's nice to do so. It is required for the treasurer and secretary, particularly for treasurer. It's very important that the party accepts the way the National Council has been spending money is open and transparent and in line with party guidelines and so on and so forth. Alex, do you want to take your procedural motion to a vote? Because I think it's a little redundant.
Okay. Shall I just put the motion then with the leave of the chair?
Yes, please. Put the motion directly.
The motion is in the chat. I might
However, before we do that, Fred, did you have a report you wanted to present?
Yep, I can do that.
Okay, I'd like to.
Yeah,
Alex, I'd like to table your motion until we can hear Fred's report. Is that okay?
Let's check this.
All right, Fred, take it away.
I would start with what a clusterfuck of a year it's been. But luckily, this is the first political or organizational post I've ever run for before, because I haven't been more interested in politics other than to bitch about it and not very much do anything else than vote. So it was. I went into it to be able to have an inside view and have a look what it's all about. And it's been fun, and I've learned a lot. I thought I would be more involved in the international work because I'm not from this country originally. So, and it went so far to that I had a couple of chats with the Swedish guys on Discord and whatnot, and I joined their annual meeting as a audience or bystander. So that was good, but it was a little bit. They stopped at like 4:00 in the morning, our time, so destroyed the day after. But I would say that when we got the Friday night or Friday social thing going, it started with that I created just left click on the general chat group and I started a voice channel, and it was a little bit of a slow start with a couple of guys that showed up, but then it really took off. So, and it's been like an island of sanity in the vast ocean of shit when it comes to lockdowns and all of that stuff. It's been very fun, and it's one of those places where you meet people that quite probably don't agree with you on everything, but they have the mindset of what the Pirate Party would embody, and it's been amazingly fun. And what else can I say? Yeah, I joined the one of the what do you say it? Leaves from the house arrests we had. I joined the progressive technology people on a get together. That was interesting. They weren't so interested in us, but that might change, I think. And I think that's it for me.
Thank you very much, Fred. Do you have any comments or questions for Fred on his report?
Well, I might just comment that, yes, Fred's initiatives on Social Fridays, I know he's been the one that was driving it. So anyway, good on you, Fred, for pursuing that. That's been great. So.
And thank you for your contribution. Couldn't do it myself.
I'd like to also add about the International Committee. That was a the first attempt at the International Committee was about 4 or 5 years ago, I remember, and it didn't last very long. It was only briefly to engage with Pirate Party International, but we made an attempt to resurrect it towards the end of last year, or start of this year rather, and we had a little bit of success in starting some projects which showed a lot of promise. So unfortunately, with other things, the committee probably took a lower priority than it should have. We also never got to the stage of appointing an officer to run the international committee. So and to take responsibility of that. So it kind of fell by default to the National Council or to myself. So in the next term, I'm quite eager to keep up activity going on this national committee. I think it's important, and there's a lot that we can gain by networking with the broader global pirate movement. And I think there's also things that that we can do for them, which would be very useful internationally. And there was a lot of interest in the committee when it first started. I highly encourage anyone who's interested in international relations or global politics to consider joining the committee, as it can be quite interesting and quite exciting at times. And I'll most likely be organising a first meeting for the committee, or trying to spearhead organising a meeting for the committee in the coming month as well.
Anyway, Miles, I'll leave this stuff for later on, but I would also point out that separately to the International Committee, we have, put out press releases and taken stands on issues in foreign policy and global relations. But I won't talk too much about that now, but perhaps later on in general discussion.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, let's move on then to the next item. So it's time to bring out Alex's motion and untable it. Alex, would you like to amend your motion to include Fred's speech and then put it to the floor? So the purpose for formally accepting these speeches is to indicate for all our members that we accept the content of the speeches as it's been presented. We accept that the National Council in their reports has been filling out their duties and responsibilities. Hence we have a vote.
Okay.
Excellent. Okay, I'm happy to start voting on that. One of the traditional reasons for voting abstain or abstaining from voting is if you have a conflict of interest in the vote itself. So there's no requirement to abstain if you have a potential conflict of interest, but it's generally considered traditional, I guess, or good manners. Okay, I'll give it a couple of minutes. And then we can move into nominations and nominee speeches. So I'll quickly go over how that will work. What we do is we will actually, I can't remember the order. Either we hear all the speeches and then do the votes, or we hear the speech and then vote for each position individually. We have a slightly complicated way of doing things because we'll allow and encourage people to nominate for multiple positions. So what that usually means is most people will have an idea of which position they want as first priority, and then a few other sort of backup positions if they don't get it. But then what might happen is that they'll end up having, there might be a position with no nominations except for their own, and so as a result, they'll win by default. So typically what we'll do is we'll look at the positions with only one nomination, and then we will offer that position to that nominee to win by default, and they can either accept it or withdraw their nomination. So we'll probably go through the positions with only one nomination, and resolve those first. Another item which we usually do right at the start of nominations is to determine whether we have enough nominations to have a functional bureaucratic structure going into the next term. Now, as I mentioned yesterday, we have a very healthy number of nominations this year, so it's looking very encouraging. However, there is still some open positions, and there are some positions which only have one nominee. So, at a minimum, I am going to suggest that we temporarily modify the standing orders in order to allow nominations for the Dispute Resolution Committee from the floor. And I'm also going to suggest that in the interest of competition, even though we have a healthy number of nominations, I'm going to suggest that we consider modifying the standing orders to allow nominations for other positions on the floor as well. And I'll open up to discussion on that in a moment. We'll just finish this vote first. Alex, how long have we got? I think actually that should be time.
It's time now, yeah.
Yep, excellent. Okay. Close voting on that. I believe that passes. Thank you very much. Now, I've got two suggestions there. I think I'm going to place a motion for the DRC because I think that's pretty uncontroversial. Can someone just remind me what the process for this is? Must be made. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to amend standing orders under General Rules, Section 2, nominations. I'm going to propose that we temporarily amend Part 1 to allow nominations from the floor for the DRC. So I'll place that in a motion. Okay, don't place your votes yet. Does anyone have any comments or questions on this motion or any discussion? As I said, this is fairly traditional that we do something like this. So it should be fairly uncontroversial. I'll quickly, actually, let's just begin voting here, I think. Alex is just typing. All right, yeah, let's begin voting then. Good spot, Alex. That's all right, we'll just have to have another vote. So while that vote is going on, I'll explain the purpose of the Dispute Resolution Committee, the DRC. This is the sort of called a position of last resort. The DRC has 3 members, and by convention, members of the DRC are fairly removed from the party. They're not active in committees or not highly active in committees. They're typically not other office bearers. They're typically not highly active. So the purpose of the DRC is obviously as dispute resolution. Typically, they'll be called in to resolve constitutional disputes, whether there's a disagreement over the Constitution or there's a disagreement over standing orders or bylaws. And as the DRC has the ultimate power to be able to overrule the National Council, as well as, to an extent, the National Congress. In some ways, they're the ultimate decision-making body, which means they have to be very sparely given responsibility to make certain decisions. So if you're a little bit if you're looking for a nice, easy role with relatively no commitments, but a way you can still keep sort of contribute to the party if needed, the DRC is a good way to do that. Or if you're looking to help out, but you're not really sure how, having a good, sharp reading ability is fairly important. Being able to read the various bylaws and constitution and come to a ruling or come to a judgment when there's a dispute. But more generally, I suppose the DRC could also be used to arbitrate disagreements between members if necessary. The amount of times the DRC has been called upon is very few. I think I can recall maybe 2, maybe 3 incidents during the lifetime of the party, potentially more, but only about 2 or 3 times they've actually been called on. I think that's, oh, yeah. All right, let's close voting now. Okay, so that motion passes. Do I have any nominations for the Dispute Resolution Committee?
Just note that you can't be on DRC and on NC simultaneously.
Yep. So there is one open position for the DRC. Here we go. Here's a document with the duties of the DRC. All right. While people are considering, anyone is considering to nominate the DRC, I'd like to open up discussion on my second suggestion, which is that we open up nominations from the floor for all other positions. So if there's any last-minute people who want to, chuck their name in the hat, I'll post the nominations list here, and I'll also on stream. So as you can see, there's a fairly healthy list of people who've put their name forward. The positions which are going to be uncontested at this point are the President, Secretary, Deputy Secretary, Treasurer, Deputy Treasurer, and Policy Development Officer. So if you're interested in any of those roles, I'd encourage you to consider it, as a bit of healthy competition is always good, very good. I encourage people to have a think about whether they're most suited for the role, whether they're able to commit to the role as well for the next 12-month period. As it is fairly common, we'll have people elected to one of these positions, and they might be really enthusiastic for the first couple of weeks, the first month or two, and then radio silence, and then they'll disappear after that. And that's fairly normal. We are a volunteer organisation. We don't really have any way to force people to do things. We're not paying people to do things, not yet anyway. So that quite often happens. So does anyone have any comments or objections to opening up to nominations on the floor?
Do we need to?
It does need a motion, yep.
As in, I'm not convinced that we need to.
Like that. Not much discussion there, so I'll place the motion then. Did you want to speak to that? That's true. That's absolutely true, Alex. So, well, is there anyone who is interested in nominating on the floor for this? Otherwise, we might just go straight into the elections. All right. So what we need, I think, we have no. I'm not sure we've actually appointed a returning officer.
I would suggest Liam for the role. For the
Yep.
for everything that's a vote today. Liam, would you like to be a returning officer as a?
Liam, would you be willing to act as returning officer for the election today? An alternative is that we could get Mandrake to do it.
Excellent.
All right, Liam, are you willing to jump on video and audio for this? Oh, Roger, remember you've got a nomination in for councillor as well. So if you accept if you accept DepSec, or if you win DepPres, you automatically withdraw from councillor. Alternatively, you could just withdraw from councillor now. Liam, I just sent you a link. So again, just to quickly run through the suggested process. Okay. Oh yeah, Roger, you'll need to edit the wiki page to reflect that.
Roger, I can do that on your behalf.
So the suggested process is first to go through all of the uncontested positions. Sorry.
I'll do the wiki edit on Roger's behalf.
So this will be the returning officer's responsibility, of course, but the suggested process is to go through the uncontested positions and offer those positions to each of those people and resolve those. And then any of those, once those positions have been awarded, then any other nominations get withdrawn from those people. And then we'll probably go through and I guess for formality's sake, we should still hear nomination speeches for those people. Oh, we've got Liam.
Not completely. I'm putting you on stream. Very promptly.
Just waiting for some audio from Liam.
Can you hear me?
Right.
Okay, good. There's a bit of a delay there, but that's fine.
Oh, is that Brandon?
Not yet. I kind of.
Okay,
Now you can.
Okay, there's definitely some bandwidth issues there. Okay, I'm getting really choppy audio. Is that just me?
Well, I've just closed the YouTube stream at my end, so hopefully it's not coming from here.
It could also be partly my end because of I was trying to use a tool that was not going to have this issue, except it's not working. So this is basically what the tool I was using is supposed to stop this issue. Except if I couldn't get as much people on it, I can't, well, use that tool.
Okay, well then shall the... Let's have the people who aren't candidates at this point in time drop out of the stream. Liam, you stay on, but me and Fred and Dave, actually no, Dave needs to stay on, but Fred and I will drop out.
Actually, I don't think I need you to drop out. I think if we just cut the videos, leave Miles on there.
So for clarification's sake, we're just waiting for some bandwidth issues. So if we could have Roger, if you can jump on stream, and Mitch Kerno, if you're here, if you can jump on the stream as well. Probably Dave, if you want to drop out just to try and save some bandwidth there. And John, probably if you want to drop as well. And
Again, I
Brandon,
think
you're also
mostly
contesting.
the issue is more maybe I was wondering if the audio could be because it was more a computer problem. So if I just stopped the rendering, that was all.
Okay, it seems to be a little better now. All right.
I mean,
so
I
we
do have my mic and camera blanked, but I can bail if you want me to. Do you want me to get out of here?
just for yes, please, John. Just for a couple of minutes, just to save bandwidth. And Dave and Brandon, if you guys want to drop as well, and then if we can get Roger on the stream, please, and if we can get. Oh, I'm sorry, Alex. We do actually need you. And Andrew eventually, but we can go through these. So Liam, if you want to take over from here, I think we're good to continue now. And so you know, Liam, you know how this is done. You've seen this and done this before, I think. If you know what to do. A very busy year.
Okay, just
Yes, that's right. So if you'd like to decide on an order, and if there's anything else you'd like to do beforehand.
just wait. I forgot to do a few things. So right click.
Nominations.
Sorry. Paste reference. Liam, you're back on now on the other one. I forgot that. So in which order are we doing this? So I know who to connect where.
Okay, I believe we will start with the speeches with the nominations for councillors first, then do the ones for treasurers, then secretary, deputy president, then president.
Okay.
We'll do them, I think, in order that they nominated for each of those. So the only question is if we would want people to do a speech more than once if they've nominated for multiple positions. It might be best if actually they did briefly speak to each position then, so they could speak directly to that position rather than just a more general overall thing. And that in particular means that people like Roger Watling won't be disadvantaged by talking to councillor, even though he's also doing deputy president.
Okay.
Well, apart from having to speak 3 times anyway. Did we need to do one separately for Andrew Downing as Policy Development Officer? Yeah, okay. So actually we should start with that one then.
Wait. Okay. Okay.
So if we're starting from Andrew, if we're going to start with Andrew, then Andrew, would you like to come back on the stream?
Okay. I'll go and put you on.
So just to clarify, while these nominations are going on, I'm actually going to relinquish chair of Congress, and I'm going to hand chair over to the returning officer, who is Dr. Liam. Just so you're aware and everyone is aware.
Okay. Okay, Andrew, you're on. Roger, as I said, you're on.
Okay.
Tim, you are.
Tell me when to speak.
I'm just putting that in the chat for the sake of clarity and the minutes later. So, yes, we'll start with your speech whenever you're ready, Andrew, and then we will move on to, I believe it's David Kennedy next. Since
Okay.
you'd be up first for councillor, since I believe Roger Watling has removed his nomination for councillor, you may as well do both at the same time.
Okay. Ready to go now?
Go ahead.
Okay. So I've applied for two different positions there. One as councillor, one as the policy development officer. In relation to policy development officer, I have actually occupied that role once before, and I've contributed to quite a large number of policies over time. I think I'm actually a founding member from the time when the party was first being registered. I'm interested particularly in a range of policy work to do with economic policy and so on at the moment, but also a variety of things to do with intellectual property and so on, and continuation in that space. I've applied for two positions there, both policy development officer and councillor. And I think I saw some commentary earlier by Alex suggesting that it's a little bit unprecedented that someone's applied for both positions, but there's nothing to invalidate that as a combination. I actually think that I would like to try and maybe for next year try and position it that the policy development officer role should actually be part of the National Council, and I think that would make more sense, because what I've found in the past when operating as a policy development officer, you're somewhat detached from what's happening actively within the party, and operating in isolation doing policy development if you're not part of the National Council. So I'd like ultimately to try and combine those, and in some ways kind of being in both would be an exercise in doing that without them being formally combined. If that works out, then I would like to suggest next year that we move some kind of motion to make them a part of the same thing. Not at this time, though. Anything else to say there? Probably not. Been around power politics for a long time. I lean somewhat libertarian, but left. You're probably familiar with me in the chat forums if you've been around, and you'll probably hear much more from me later today. Anyway, that's me for now. I'll leave it to the next person. Thank you. Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think we might be dealing with a bit of lag here. That's probably at my end. Okay, so I have put into the chat the run order that we're going to have, so the people who are coming up and prepare themselves. So the next person we'll be hearing from is David Kennedy. So,
Okay.
David, you're ready? And Andrew, you'll probably need to drop again just so we don't have too many.
That's great. Done.
All right. So, David, whenever you're ready. No audio at this end. David, you have any issues? Okay, I'm hearing nothing from David here. Okay, in the interests of making sure we don't take far too long with things, Fred, if you'd like to come in and start your speech, and we'll come back to David once we can resolve whatever his technical issues here are.
In the sessions about...
Can I
Yes.
interrupt?
Yes.
I didn't quite get you on stream at the beginning. It was just then, just before I interrupted. Rewind.
Did you get the Fred bit? Fuck. I should write these things down. Yeah. I nominate for a councillor, and what I hope to achieve in the next year is to grow this social bit with probably branching out or reaching out to other people that has the same interests and things like that. But I keep it short if the technological... Is it working, Mandrake? Yeah, okay. Anyway, that's probably my bit. Yeah, well, and I would be interested to take this international bit further. Yeah, that's probably it. Vote for Fred.
All right. David, do you have your issues resolved? Yes, I can hear you. Okay, as soon as it's confirmed you are up on the stream, then
yes,
you can get started.
there it is. All right. Yes, so I've been involved with the Pirate Party since before we registered with the AEC. Been involved in a couple of our early election campaigning in Brisbane, and I've been an acting councillor for the last 2 years. Happy to continue. Admittedly, I haven't really spearheaded anything in the past year. I've just served on the council. So yeah, I could definitely be more involved. But I will continue to do what I can if I'm re-elected, or if I get it by default. Yes, probably just to recap my political orientation, I consider myself a left-leaning libertarian, so very much at odds with the direction that the mainstream left has been going in over recent years. That they're too anti-free speech for my taste, and they tend to be increasingly adopting a more extreme sort of Marxist ideology, which I don't accept can work in practice. So definitely left-leaning economically, but supporting individual freedoms and the rights that are traditional core values of the Pirate Party. That's me. Any questions?
We might leave questions for all the candidates to the chat at the end.
Okay, no worries.
In the interest of making sure we're moving along at a good pace. So the next person we should be waiting for is Mitchell Kerno. So Mitchell, if you could come onto the stream, please.
Okay.
Okay, and as soon as we've got you confirmed up on the main stream so everyone can hear you, Mitchell, you can go right ahead.
Not yet. Wait until I'm up. Wait until you're up. Sorry for interruptions. Now you may proceed.
It looks like Mitchell dropped there.
It. Okay, yep, that is a drop. I apologize for that. Okay. I apologize again for that.
Mitchell, are you able to hop back on that stream? Sorry, can you confirm he's up on stream now for everyone to see?
Should be.
Okay, excellent. Whenever you're ready, Mitchell.
Hello. Is audio working right? Cool. Hello, my name is Mitchell Kernell. I'm currently trying to become the Deputy Treasurer of the Pirate Party. I'm currently located in New South Wales. I've been a member of the Pirate Party for about 7 or 8 months now, if I remember correctly. In terms of my personal experience, I'm qualified to be an accountant, as well as engaging in various bookkeeping activities that would be useful. In terms of what platforms I support, the number one platforms that I support of the Pirate Party is the right to privacy and the freedom of speech, as well as the ability for less regulations within the copyright and less corporate control over individuals as well as small businesses, as I don't like how monopolistic current systems currently be, in terms of like only a couple of corporations seem to control. Like we need more of a distribution of power, in my particular opinion, at least when it comes to the business side of things. In terms of government side of things, I view the government side as a tool that we can use in order to try and distribute the power more fairly, as well as various other things. Most notably, I do like how our particular system of UBI doesn't create as big of an issue when there's a transition between not working and working a low-skilled job, as quite often if it's a low-skilled job, you don't get paid. The amount of money that you get isn't worth it when you consider you would get. It doesn't create enough of an incentive when you consider that if you don't work, relative to that, and having a smoother transition from that will allow people who are poor or working class have more mobility when it comes to entering the middle class. And yeah, so that's my skills and platforms that I support.
Okay, thank you very much. The next person on the list is John August. John, if you would be able to return to the stream, please.
Okay, there you go. Here I am. I wonder if others.
Yep. So once Mandrake's cleared you and everyone can hear you, you can.
Okay, there you go. Here I am. I wonder if others. Okay, that's blanking the stream. So, but it looks like people were able to hear me on the stream. Yes. Okay. Well, all right. For a lot of you, you will have heard my Treasurer's report yesterday. So I've basically been in the role of Treasurer for a year. And in one sense, we haven't done anything dramatic. And Alex has sort of taken over a lot of that. But I was in a position to give a Treasurer's report. And I suppose what I was saying yesterday is that we have had our past treasurer, Mark Gibbons, who was involved for a long time, one of our founding people, was in need of a break. And I thought the thing that I might do to help Mark is to free his brain up a bit to have a break and maybe get back into some Pirate Party issues if he felt the inclination. So that's why I originally put myself up as treasurer. And I guess it's been a bit of a struggle to transfer bank accounts and so on, but I was in a position to give something of a treasurer's report yesterday. And so I've also put myself forward to continue in the position. So I guess it's pretty much a done deal because I'm the only person nominating, but I still thought it's obviously appropriate for me to outline where I'm coming from and what's motivated me for that. You know, Treasurer doesn't really have that much policy involvement, but certainly my background advocacy, you might say, is a concern about secular issues and intellectual property. I've also had a long time interest in economics, and as with a lot of people, have that left libertarian thing where, in a sense, okay, freedom of speech, I think other people are more passionate about freedom of speech than me, but I suppose I have a sentiment where I'm mostly left, but I get a bit freaked out by a lot of people who are rabidly or ferally left, if you know what I mean. And that sort of puts me off. And yes, I want to be left, but at the same time to basically just disagree with, I guess, Liberal Party voters and just poke fun at them and deride them seems to me lack a constructive thing. And, you know, one of the things I've commented on my radio show is if you go back as far as Menzies, I mean, he just did decimalise currency, he increased the pension, he put in child endowment, etc., etc. And some elements of Liberal Party perspective, you know, community and whatnot, in isolation, they're good and wonderful, but what the Liberal Party is today is a corrupt and fetid morass, I guess. But yeah, there's, as I say, to just chuck rocks at the right wingers without engaging or thinking about it, I just get fed up with what you might call the feral left. And that's one of the things that brought me to the Pirate Party. But yeah, that's not got a lot to do with being treasurer, but I'll shut up now. So I've told people about myself. So there you go.
Okay, thank you, John. The next person we have up is Roger Watling. So, Roger, you're already on stream, I believe, so that's convenient. So I believe everyone can hear you once you take yourself out of mute. So
testing. Sweet. Awesome. Thanks. Yeah, so I'm nominating for Deputy Secretary. I've been part of Pirate Party for about 2 years now, coming up three years. So I joined around the 2019 election, wasn't particularly involved, but became a little bit more interested, I think, once word got out that the Pirate Party had deregistered. So, you know, I took up that call to arms. Thanks, Miles, and to the current National Council for putting that out and make it obvious. So I want to be able to contribute, give something back to the party. Thanks also to Fred and the Friday night socials. I think we're doing some great work in getting some motivation within the party on those, and really just looking to contribute wherever I can within the National Council, within the party as a whole. So my background professionally is actually around like consulting and project management, which is probably something that most of you will cringe at, because I think the party's full of devs, and devs don't like being told, you know, to give estimates and schedules and things like that. So so one thing that I am willing to contribute if the party wants is some more organisation skills in those particular areas. I know it's a fairly loose loose organisation, which is fine. It's working really well. But maybe to take it to the next step, we need a little bit more coordination, and that's where I'm happy to help out. Miles and Alex particularly have done a really great job, I think, in the last year, and just want to support those guys and the rest of the council and the rest of the party. So that's why I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Roger. So I believe next up we have Alex. So Alex, if you could, oh, there you are. Okay, so once Mandrake gives you the go-ahead, go ahead.
Mandrake, are we good? I guess I could go look at the stream.
Oh, Mandrake's muted himself at the moment.
My face is on stream.
So I suspect you are good. What happened to Alex? Don't you just love technology?
He was good, and now he's not.
All right, well, while we wait for Alex to get back on, perhaps in the interest of keeping us moving, Brandon, if you'd pop in. Oh, we're waiting for either Alex or Brandon to hop back in. I do not see you at all, Brandon.
Okay. I can, but I'm looking at seeing if there's any chain link. Here we go. Properties.
No camera, voice only. Gotcha, Brandon. Okay, well, yeah, if Mandrake can confirm the people on stream can hear you, then you can go ahead.
Mandrake, how we doing?
You should be on stream now.
Okay. Oh, good. Miles can hear me. Well, that's good enough. All right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Brandon Selleck. I'm nominating for Deputy President of the Pirate Party. I have been a member of the Pirate Party basically since its beginning in Australia. I originally served as the Legal Committee Coordinator, then I served as the State Coordinator for Queensland. I've assisted in at least in 3 elections, run in 2, and I've served as the Deputy President for the past year. I've also developed some policy with the Policy Development Committee, and I'm looking forward to putting forward some more policy ideas in the coming 12 months. I have a good working relationship with the National Council, particularly Miles and Alex, though they may say differently at times. And I particularly want to boost our membership. Given our deregistration, we need to go on a membership drive. That's something I've been pushing for a couple of years now. Unfortunately, our own internal privacy policies, which are understandable, have slowed that process down, but we can start throwing out a wider net to bring more members in and get re-registered, hopefully before the next election. I joined the Pirate Party because I was dissatisfied with the political alternatives in this country. I am even more dissatisfied and more angry now than I was when I first started in relation to how things are going, particularly within the past 12 to 18 months. We are bereft of leadership at many levels of government, and I would like the Pirate Party to have a hand in changing that. I think that's all I can say for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. And I see we have Alex back on the stream now. So as soon as Mandrake confirms that the members can hear you, then go ahead.
I guess I'm going to have to go back and watch the stream to minute Brandon's speech, huh?
Yes, most likely.
So looks like I dropped out more or less as I was starting my speech, I think. That's okay. So, Mandrake, good to go?
Yep.
Cool. I guess I'll go again. Hi, I'm Alex. I've been secretary of the party, I think, for the last 3 years now. So if you're familiar with what we've been doing the last 3 years, then you're at least partially familiar with my work as secretary. As always, my biggest goal in life as the secretary of the party is to get the party to a state of such vibrancy that someone wants to run to replace me and thinks that they can do a better job than me and does do a better job than me. And I continue to have that level of aspiration for the party. Our biggest challenge this year is getting re-registered and then finding an election. There's no smaller challenge than that. Yeah, sorry, no larger challenge than that, really. Other things I want to do this year are do some more infrastructure work. There's a number of elements in our IT infrastructure that need a bit of TLC. And then there's a few things that we can throw some programmers at. And so I hope to get the programming team back into a functioning state. Beyond that, yeah, the big challenge is just getting re-registered. And then we will need to fight an election. And that's what must be done. So yeah, I see us in a much better position this year than we were last year. The trajectory is going up. Have I dropped out again? I don't think so.
No, you haven't dropped out. You're still going.
I'm still here. Whoa. Yeah, it's like Murphy's Law, right? You start talking and then you drop out. Let's do the sensible thing though and drop the YouTube stream down to potato quality. Okay. If people have questions for me, then I'm happy to answer them.
Yeah, we'll come back to questions at the end, as I mentioned. So the last person we have is Miles. So if Miles would like to hop on stream again. Miles, you in here? I'm not seeing you.
What's the Miles?
No. This is why we need improvements to the NBN.
Oh,
Ah, there he is.
Okay.
With a very shaky and low quality video connection, lots of things, but okay, well, as soon as Mandrake confirms that all the viewers out there can hear you, then we can begin.
Hello, hello. Hear me
Should
okay?
be now.
Your audio's coming through, Miles, but your video's frozen.
My video. Okay, I can see my video's a little jumpy, but my audio seems to be coming through okay.
Yep, your audio's fine.
Okay. Yep, your audio's fine. All right, excellent. Let's get that stream updated onto my lovely casual suit and tie. So the nomination is there on the wiki for everyone to have a bit of a read of. This will be my fourth term as president in 2021 and 2022. It feels longer, but I think that's just because so much has happened and so much has changed, both in my own experience and ability, as well as within the party, within Australian politics, and within global politics. I'm not studying anything remotely relevant to politics. Professionally, I've done nothing remotely relevant to politics. I just enjoy a very, very broad range of interests, which includes politics, political theory, political philosophy, and economics. Which is ironic because these days, and for quite a while actually, I've actually been much less interested in policy than in actually the organizational structure and strategy, and working more in the background and away from the front end. And so in my time in the party, I have run for election, and I've done a huge amount of promotion for the party at in-person events, at rallies, on podcasts, on live videos, both as interviewer, as interviewee, as candidate, as many other positions as well. And I'm quite happy. In fact, personally, I these days I would prefer taking a less front-facing role. But for the meantime, one of the duties of I'm always quick to remind everyone, one of the duties of the National Council, which I've made clear during my time as president, which I intend to be a matter of informal policy, is that if something in the party isn't getting done, responsibility flows upwards. So if policy dev or international committee or whatever, if something needs to get done isn't getting done there, then it becomes a responsibility of the National Council. And if the National Council, if something isn't getting done, then it flows up to the president. And so I've had my hand in quite a lot of things in the party, just doing spot fires and filling in things where necessary. And the area which I've really put in the most time is working on our overall outreach and promotional strategies. So I talked about this in my outgoing president's report. I talked about this in my nomination, and I'll briefly reiterate it here. It was a product of the 2019 federal election. I'd just been newly elected to president. We were coming into an election, and I knew that we had to update and modernize. We had to completely redo how we did things. We had to rejuvenate things, and we had to finally, once and for all, figure out how to solve the member attrition. And so this digital strategy kind of hit three birds with one stone. It helped with member engagement, so we stopped losing members. It helped recruiting with members, and it helped promote the party for electoral purposes and advocacy purposes. and that's really where my focus has been and where my focus will continue to be in the incoming term, is working on this strategy. And not although noted, I do have other responsibilities as well. Responsibility flowing upwards when things don't happen at a lower level, they have to happen at a higher level. So in Andrew Downing's nomination speech, he mentioned the idea of merging the Policy Development Officer with National Council. It's not a bad idea, actually a very good idea. And similarly with, I also mentioned in one of my comments to Fred's councillor report around the International Committee, I think that we need an international officer. I think that an active international officer would bring a lot to the party, would do quite a lot. And I think similarly that could potentially also be part of the National Council. I think my preferred way to do that would probably be as a portfolio. So we have one of the national councillors would take that item under their portfolio as being responsible for the IR committee, and another national council would take under their portfolio as being responsible for the policy committee. And I think that would be good. And that would kind of that'd kind of be the departure from the older model of responsibilities for the NC, where the councillor is seen as a junior position for newer people to join the council and get a feel for how the council operates, how the party operates. But to sort of echo some points that Roger was making in his nomination speech, that there are a lot of areas in the party where we can professionalize. There are a lot of areas in the party where we can introduce quality control mechanisms, where we can introduce, I don't want to say compliance, but we can introduce chains of responsibility and clearer delineations of responsibility, but work out exactly what needs to be done in practicality. And then we have people doing those things. So in the early days of the party, we had committees for everything. We had working groups for everything. We had so much activity, so many things going on. And in the last few years, it's been much sparser. We've really had to cut back and think, okay, well, what are the key things that need to get done? And again, coming back to my digital strategy, I thought, member engagement, member recruiting, party promotion, those are the three key things that just have to happen. If those two things don't happen, then the party dies. The party is dead or dying. And so we managed to pull through. But then the next point is, well, now that we've got those three things happening, what's next? What do we do when the party is not only surviving, the party's thriving? How do we build on what we've built? How do we build on the shoulders of everyone who's come before us in the party? And what's next is to start reaching out and improving the quality of our policy, improving the quality of our outreach and our advocacy and our submissions and our writing and our position statements and everything we do. And so getting people into more of these niche things like the IR committee, potentially resurrecting the legal committee, bringing back working groups to work on specific things. So John, in his interest area, has focused on a lot of economic issues, particularly around bureaucracy, but also starting to look at the impacts and implications of COVID and the COVID response as well, which we're long overdue to formulate a policy response on. But then also people who are interested very specifically in privacy issues. If we can have content working specifically in the area of privacy. Now, there's a major bill that has recently been put forward to government, the online safety bill. We've had radio silence on it. We're the key party in Australia concerned about privacy issues, but we haven't had the internal policy writing capacity to formulate a response on this awful, terrible bill. So that, again, is a key area where, although we're surviving and thriving now, there's this enormous room for where we can go next to improve things. So getting press releases out to address hot topics like this online safety bill, like COVID. So to echo some of the points that I made in my nomination on the wiki, I felt that the party has a niche, a very important niche in Australian politics to fill. Several of the previous nomination speeches we heard that people were cared about left politics, were left economically or left socially, but were disappointed with the mainstream left, were disappointed with either with Labor or with the other progressive groups and interests in Australia and internationally. And so even putting aside all the weird techno-libertarian, incredibly obscure and abstract positions which we often tend to take, there are elements of our policy which are accessible to mainstream people, which are important to mainstream people who have less interest in some of these really technical, really abstract or obscure aspects of our politics. There are people there we can reach out to. There are normies we can reach out to bring into our sphere and support us. I chat to people all the time who I say, oh, I'm part of the Pirate Party, and they say, oh, I've heard of them. I'm like, okay, what have you heard? They're like, I haven't heard much, but I've heard good things. I've heard they're a good party and they care about technology or something, or the internet or something. And I thought, well, yeah, that pretty much sums it up. But so again, another room for improvement is to look at the ways which we reach out to people who are less invested in technology and technology issues and tech communities, and say, well, how can we reach those people? How can we reach mainstream exposure to people who are outside our immediate sphere within the IT industry, essentially? So I'm eager to continue as president, and every year I always encourage competition on the council. If anyone, I'm quite happy to have the presidential nomination contested. It's not this year. However, I'm more than happy to take another role on the council as deputy president or simply as a councillor. And moving to one of those lower roles will give me the opportunity to step back away from the higher level strategy and focus more on some more obscure area such as IR or policy dev, where I can just bang out a bunch of content and not have to worry at all about taking a front-facing role or one with such broad responsibilities. So if anyone has any questions or comments, feel free to send them my way. Otherwise, thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Miles. So, assuming that it's plausible for us to do, and I might just turn my camera off to make this a little simpler, but if we could get all of the candidates back in on the stream for any questions that people might have, and you could just type your responses into the chat if you found that easier as well. That's fine too. But I'd like to open the floor now to any questions from the members. So probably the easiest way to do this is if you simply type your questions into the chat, and myself or Mandrake will read those out, and then they will be answered by the relevant candidates. We'll give people a few minutes to put their questions together, type them in, and well, after a suitable amount of time, if no further questions are coming in, then we'll close things down there.
I have some questions for the other candidates. This was a question which really goes out to everyone who nominates. Except for a couple of you, some of you in your nomination speeches mentioned a topic area which you're most, or rather a policy area which you were interested in. But what I personally think is, what I personally would like to know is, as well as what skills you would all bring to the roles you're applying for. So in terms of the technical ability, yes, many of you have technical ability or interest in specific areas. Mitch, very excited to hear you have an accounting background. The party does need to be audited periodically. So I'm not sure the party has ever had, I'm not sure whether you're qualified, I'm not sure what the laws are surrounding that, but to my knowledge, the party has always had to contract an external auditor for that. So this may be a very exciting year where we finally can have an internal audit, internal financial audit carried out. But what I'm also interested in is, for everyone nominating for your positions, what are your actual policy interest areas that you want to focus on? Do you because I encourage that of all national councillors, do you want to focus on privacy or copyright or social issues, health, disability, etc.? So I'll leave that open to the floor to everyone who wants to respond. Perhaps Roger, you could go first.
I'm. Where are you? Where are you? Okay. I thought. Oh yeah, I just realised what I did. Okay. Okay, Roger, you're on. Wait.
No?
Now.
Now?
Yeah.
Now? When
Now.
will then be now? Soon.
Now.
Okay, cool. So thanks again, Miles. I think that's the third time you would have heard me thank you, but just for everyone else. Great question. So my initial interest coming on to the Pirate Party was actually environment. So I was always very interested in environmental policies, and I was looking for a party that had some green policies without actually joining the Greens, because as many people have mentioned here, there's a definite far left movement that's happening out there, and I feel the Greens now sort of sit in that bucket. So I was looking for an alternative. So I'm definitely keen on environmental policies. I'm by no means a policy writer or been heavily involved with politics in my past, but that's an area of interest, and would definitely like to improve my areas of involvement with the party there. The more I look into environmental issues as well, I've been starting to get heavily into economic discussions. I think that might have a little bit of influence from our Friday night socials and having Andrew chew my ear off, which I'm sure he'll pick up in his comments as well. But I'm definitely very interested in economic positions as well, given the state of affairs of not only Australian economics but internationally. I don't have an economics history, so I don't understand it all, but the more I look into it, the more unsustainable that area seems to be. So I'm definitely keen to work with party members to environment and our economic policies.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any other candidates who wanted to respond to Miles's question there?
Okay, Andrew.
Okay, I'm on the screen. Yeah. Okay. So yes, definitely the economic stuff, but I'm interested in the intersection of economics and the sort of technological wave that we're all riding lately. So some big changes afoot, and how that integrates with how the world does economics is a big issue. I think we're set for some enormous changes on a global scale, and I see the political parties within Australia predominantly looking at some very conservative old ways of looking and thinking about economics that maybe worked when we had a relatively stable technological frame where things just, yesterday looked the same as today, looked the same as tomorrow, more or less. But as we sort of surge through these sort of times, I think a lot changes, and we get some very sort of pivotal tipping points, and some party somewhere has to be looking out and trying to see where that's going to be, how that's going to be affected, and what sort of policy should apply. And I think pirates, well, we're pirates. Pirates is about what happens when the old system is falling apart. And that's when you want pirates, right? So that's where I'm at, what I'm interested in, and my background in software architecture and engineering, that sort of thing, I think positions me well to at least think about those sorts of things. And I've just about got a grasp on the basic economics that drive that, and looking at the way it projects into the future. So you probably heard my rant on the cryptocurrency debate the other day. There's more to do with that, and I think coming in the future too. So I'm interested in all those areas and how we integrate them and turn them into future economic policy. That's me.
Okay, I think Mitchell was next. Mandrake, confirm Mitchell's on stream?
Mitchell is on stream.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I'm really glad that you find having I'm surprised that I'm like the first accountant thing that you've actually had. I would have I'm happy to provide that as like a service. I think out of everyone here, I probably have the most different in terms of background. I mean, a lot of the people here have said that they went away from like the Greens Party or the Labour Party because you don't like some of the more fanatic things. Plus, I'm probably the only one here who is a large amount of the thing is I'm kind of like I originally came from like the Liberal Party, but it was mostly just realizing that even when they were the fact that they were prioritizing big corporations over like small businesses, even if it's like I know, yes, a lot of the the laissez-faire thing, but it wasn't even laissez-faire. It was laissez-faire for the big corporations, but keep the regulations for the small ones, which kind of made me was just like, okay, that's a major issue, and I needed an option, and I was noticing that a lot of people were disaffected from the other things, so I thought, okay, let's form an alliance, just deal with the big corporations together, and then we can worry more about the fallout of it afterwards, because that's what happens when a party is no longer serving the people who are voting for them. Yeah, so Yeah, I think the main thing that was the breaking point was with the whole Facebook versus like big tech versus big media thing, where it was just like, oh, you're actually going to do something about like big tech censoring citizen speech. No, we're going to stop big tech from censoring big media's speech. We're not going to care about. We're not even going to care if they censor our own citizens. I was just like, no. If big media, you shouldn't stop with okay, freedom of speech is important for big media. You should extend that to your own citizens because they're the ones who are supporting you, and you are treating them like they're disposable, and that's like unacceptable in my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Mitchell. John, I think you were up next.
Yes, that's right. Well, though I'm treasurer, I guess still involved in the NC, and given the lead, I thought I might say that there's numerous topics that I have an interest in, and hopefully I won't mention everything that the Pirate Party does, but certainly there's economics, and coming out of economics you have concerns about land and also universal basic income. Another thing I'm concerned about is intellectual property, and that has led into the right to repair. Another thing is just bureaucracy, which also comes out of the rubric of rent-seeking behaviour of corporations. And following on from Mitchell, what Mitchell says, yes, my more cynical remark is that mostly the Liberal Party is worried about the big end of town. And I think you can see them having undue influence on the decisions of government. Well, I guess I'm grinding the axe too much, but yes, Menzies perhaps was worried about the big end of town, but he certainly wanted to look after the people because they worked for the big end of town. It was a bit convoluted, but it was more humane than what I guess you have today. And I suppose I'm jumping around a bit, but I know Sean was... I'm dropping out, am I? Oh, dear, that's what... Sean was sort of also asking about party recruitment, and I suppose I will briefly talk about some of my involvement in things. Is that I have a community radio show. Everyone who's known me for 5 minutes knows that I have a community radio show. But the point is, with that community radio show, I can reach out to people who are not regular Pirate Party people. And I don't know what that number is, but it's hopefully larger than zero. Now, the other thing I also think about with reaching out is that if I'm able to put together a bit of a speech to do with bureaucracy or economics and housing or COVID, as I'm coming up to, sure, you have to have that original point of exposure. It goes out on Twitter, it goes out on social media, and ideally people who are not the part of the Pirate Party family sees those things and think, oh, I wonder what he's on about, goes off, clicks on that, and hopefully what I have to say is of interest to them. So I actually recognise that Miles has made a certain amount of initiatives in terms of having forums with interaction between us and the people who attend, which is obviously great and certainly worthwhile. I suppose the other side of things is how do we take our ideas and have them somehow go to outside the regular Pirate Party family? And I suppose that's a step there that I would like to think I do a little bit with. Anyway, I'll leave it at that because I'm sure there's other people to talk and other things to discuss. And I know Miles was saying I was dropping out on chat. I wonder how much got through. But anyway.
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure everyone who's currently in the stream is audible to people on the main stream. But if someone could just confirm, Roger, I believe you're up next. So,
hello. Am I still coming through on YouTube? That's a yes. All right, so I'll carry on. Okay. Cool. So we're addressing Sean's question. So around recruitment efforts. So I guess whatever is in line with what the party wants to do recruitment wise, I'm definitely on board with. I think the Miles is onto a really good start with a digital engagement strategy, and I'm keen to assist him in expanding that further. I think we've started doing really great things, obviously internally with the party, with the Friday night streams, as well as some of the debates and speeches that Miles has been organising. So I think continuing on that would be a great way to get some more exposure to the Pirate Party. I think doing small little speeches and digital work around our existing policy to make them a little bit more accessible and consumable to people who maybe aren't really technical and don't have an interest in those aspects of the Pirate Party, but might be interested in, say, our UBI with a negative income tax process. So in those cases, I think, we've got a lot of areas that we can create some organic exposure to the party. And that's where I'd be keen to get interested in the next year.
Okay, thank you, Roger. So I believe the last people to speak on Miles's question would have been Brandon and Andrew D. Did you already respond? Am I forgetting anyone? Oh, wait, no,
Yes,
Fred's
I did.
waving his hand, so I've clearly forgotten him.
Cool bananas. Am I audible? Okay. Well, I've started, when I put my hand up the first year, I was mostly interested in the technology bit. I was keen to do shit with the website and Bitcoin stuff and stuff like that. But during the year, I've been more and more interested in going back to the roots with the pirate movement, why we exist and all of that stuff. So I would say that my passion lies mainly in the social bit. The forming of crews and the self-leadership, that's a little bit of a software development thing with Scrum and Agile. So I really enjoyed the forming of crews and see the development of the people in the crews to the different passions. Some people want to plan stuff, others will want to break stuff. And how you channel these passions into forming something good for the nation and for the world. So that's probably my passion, and the fact that you can't have economy or history without people. So I think it's one of the basic things. You have to take care of the people, and they will take care of you, kind of deal. I don't know if that makes sense for anybody else, but it makes sense for me. Thank you.
On I might talk if that's okay. So I don't know about the rest of you, but Cory Doctorow radicalized me. So, I mean, that's like why you joined the Pirates as opposed to another group, right? You care about digital rights. That's fundamentally, why we exist. So I want to give a shout out to digital rights, because that's why we're here, and rather than in another party. And I'll talk about more of this afternoon. I'm sure Mitch will be interested in this as well. But we need to think more about how we do stuff in meat space. And that's meat space with 2 E's, not with an A, by the way. And we need to think about things like stickers. I know Mitch will get very excited when I say the word stickers. Stickers are hard, but there's things that we can do with stickers, I think, that will be easier. I believe that this year we should run a merch drive. We should come up with some things that aren't necessarily dedicated to party promotion, but rather dedicated to talking about free culture. Mandrake has a sticker. Mandrake, can you please scan that sticker with something for scale so I can have a look at it? I've never actually seen one of those in real life. Please send me dimensions and a scan. Masks are cool.
So if you want merch, I'll pull out the old badges from the very beginning as well. I've got those.
You've got them. Okay, yeah, this is the thing. They're spread across the country and we don't know where they are. So that's the thing. Miles says they're his stickers. Okay, are those the ones which illegally don't have the authorization tag on them?
Yes, I have say no to censorship and say no to mass surveillance, just my personal ones, not ones to give to others.
Yes, shirts. Everyone's pulling the merch out. Shirts, thankfully, shirts don't need auth tags. Yeah, that's the trouble. Stickers do need auth tags. So when you need to write authorized by Alex Jago, Pirate Party Australia, Satch's House, South Australia, on a sticker in font that can be read by someone with 20/20 vision, but without visual aids. The sticker's this big. The text is this big. It's like a fifth of the area. And Miles has a banner. Yes, it's easy to write an auth tag on a banner. So I'm interested in stickers that we can do which don't need auth tags, and which are talking about freedom of culture, because then we can just like put them. And same deal with posters, though it's easy to fit an auth tag on a poster, because you put a sticker up, you put a poster up, and then people will walk past and see it with no further effort on your behalf. The Marxists near my uni have posters up all over the place. Everyone knows who they are. People don't necessarily like them, but they know who they are. I feel like we can... Right now, people don't even know who we are necessarily. So I feel like we're still at the stage where we can cop a little bit of bad publicity, notwithstanding what I've said previously about The Guardian getting up us for our 18C stance. But in many ways, not everyone reads The Guardian also. In many ways, we are in the just need publicity stage. And if we can do that in a way that is sensitive, then I feel like there's some wins we can get there. So I'm keen to do more stuff with merch, and I'm keen to do more stuff with stickers and with posters in particular, in ways that are, I guess, agitprop for free culture or for basic income, and that aren't necessarily overt, then they don't have to be overtly for the party. because then we can follow up with people who are looking specifically for these topics, and then they're on our home ground. So that's the stuff that I think we can do. And I'll turn my camera off now so I can not eat heaps of bandwidth.
I have a few me. I've had a few different ideas. I mean, I would like us to do like a sponsorship, but the problem is that I need to be selective about who I sponsor, mainly because it has to be like doing like a sponsorship of like someone who is like culturally relevant kind of thing. But obviously, like if you grab, you have to find someone who would appeal to this kind of people. I was considering like something like maybe like a custom uniform thing, like maybe like a fancy like blue vest with like a black coat and like something like very Victorian kind of thing. Like make us stand out a bit more than just t-shirt, because everybody can have a t-shirt.
We have kind of got a bit sidetracked by the merchandise stuff. We did actually have another question we needed to get to after Miles's original question on policy. I think, has everyone who wanted to speak in regards to policy done so?
Hold up, Brandon. I think you're. I think that's saying your audio is not going through to YouTube. Mandrake, can you confirm?
You're muted, Mandrake. Okay. Apologies. I have to restart. Where did I start? Damn. All right, from the beginning. I'm a generalist lawyer. That's my background. I'm currently working as a criminal defense lawyer. I was, I think, the first lawyer to join the Pirate Party. I may still be the only lawyer in the Pirate Party at the moment. I'm not sure. That's why I was the first person to run the legal committee, and I'm excited that that'll be brought back. I'm interested in environmental policy, as Roger has already mentioned. We'll need to do some reforms on that prior to the next election. I didn't join the Pirate Party due to radicalisation. I was already radicalised from a young age. I had the Australian Democrats had folded. I was looking for a left leftist party, and the Pirate Party was the one that fit the bill, and it was just starting. So getting in on the ground floor was an exciting prospect. In relation to other policies, we need to clarify our position on free speech and 18C. We took a bit of a drubbing in the last election from The Guardian and a few other places because there was some confusion as to what our stance on that actually was. So we will need to clarify that. And also one policy area I would like to look at, which I've spoken with Miles about briefly, is in relation particularly to the global pandemic, a development of an Australian CDC and better quarantine provisions. The only party I can see with a quick whip around the internet that has a policy in that regard is the Labor Party, and I know that we can do better than them in regards to policy development. In regards to merchandising, I'm not going to add any further to that. I'm always a big proponent of stickers and badges. And in regards to recruitment, I'm currently in central Queensland. It is kind of hard to recruit pirates up here. We have tried to do so in the past with limited success. The best I can do, aside from the online measures that have already been brought in by, well, I'm glad the Science Party has, but they weren't on the front 2 pages of Google. So I'd have to do deeper research, as I said, at least I got looked at in the last day and a half or so. But in relation to recruitment, the online policies we've already put in place, the way to go. I can organise local meetings on the ground with interested parties, but that's slow going. The other things I would like to see are dedicated updates to our YouTube channel. John's been doing good work in relation to that, but other party members can stand up and do more. I'd also like to see us producing a podcast at least once a month to talk about issues, which I think we have the technical know-how and the requisite skill now to actually do. I don't think I can say any more on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there anyone else who needs to respond to Sean? I'm guessing it'll have to be Miles. What other positions would be directly involved with recruitment? I mean, really, anyone who wants to respond to that can. John, I saw you put your hand up, so would you like to lead us off?
Okay, well, multiple things, but before I forgot to say that, like, foreign policy, international issues, how we deal with Assange, how we deal with East Timor, or how we deal with West Papua. You know, there's a lot of hypocrisy built into Australian foreign policy, which I have identified. And I guess it's sort of a little bit of our policy framework, but mostly it's just something that I comment on from time to time. And I think, you know, while it's somewhat controversial, we've had a support for Julian Assange, but I think I've tried to articulate that we support Julian Assange, the whistleblower, WikiLeaks, the institution, but not Julian Assange, the arsehole. But, you know, that's the way I've tried to articulate it. But anyway, look, that's just an add-on to what I was saying earlier, because when you want to talk about 6 or 7 things, it's hard to keep up with your own mental list. I think Fred had his finger up there.
Yeah, I just realized that I didn't answer to Sean's question there. How do we reach people outside the clique we're in? And I think that the social drink fest we have could be a big good instrument for that, and especially if we start streaming it to Twitch or Twilio and fucking TikTok. Could be a way to go, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Or Odyssey.
Yeah.
Or BitChute or
IRC. That's up and coming, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I've invested like a lot of money into Libra because they think that's going to kick off as a cryptocurrency.
Cool. Yeah, that's it from me.
All right. So we've heard from, let's see, Roger, we should hear from you if we haven't already. And I suppose the nominees for councillors who haven't already said anything in response to this question, this one's probably for you as well. So if any of you are already on the stream, then we can start with you. And those who aren't yet back on the stream, if you want to jump back in so you can respond.
Sorry, what's the question?
So this was Sean's question earlier. So a question for all candidates involved in party recruitment efforts. What plans do you have involving recruitment efforts for outreach beyond a single degree of separation, i.e. recruits who have no involvement in the party, do not know anyone involved in the party?
I think a lot of people have already touched on the points that I'm pretty keen to get involved with, but I think expanding on the digital digital engagement that Miles has already kicked off, and Fred as well with the socials. So we're doing a really good job with organising our ability to hold streaming events such as this. So once that really kicks off, I think formalising our sort of ability to run regular podcast style discussions on topics. So absolutely streaming our random 4 Drunken Pirates on a Friday night, but also some more formal discussions around policies, and perhaps even not policy, just topics that are relevant in today's sort of events day by day as well. Try to make the party a little bit more relevant to people who are out there who perhaps aren't all that keen in the digital rights and the privacy and the core Pirate Party things that people might look at Pirate Party and go, I don't really care about that. Try to be relevant to all of those things as well. So I think that's one of many aspects. Post-COVID, I would definitely like to get a little bit more boots on the ground, kind of effort as well, and be involved in that. But I think the podcasts and live streams are a good starting point. Did you have your hand up for me, Andrew, or just in general?
I think Andrew wants to go next.
I want to go next if we're good. Something that I think Fred mentioned the other day was the idea that when we're having these Friday night sessions, what we should do is, every second week or something, engage with an equivalent group from outside. So we have a joint video conference evening sort of thing. That's just as a regular thing. So, every second one is just us, but every other second one is you bring another group in. Like there was this open democracy group discussing things the other night. A few of us were on that one and then on our one, but hey, we could have done a joint thing with them, integrated into a big discussion where we can explore different areas of our policy as it relates to their interests and so on. And then we're sort of getting a deeper level of understanding that's spreading out into different communities. So that's a good way, to broach that, because you need to get a little bit of depth into what we're about to really understand the value proposition. Just buzzwords and sound bites doesn't necessarily cut it for pulling people in from different disciplines. That's about it.
Okay, did we have anyone else to respond to that question?
I guess I'll say something. Satch here. I'll answer Miles' question too because I didn't actually respond earlier. So addressing Miles first with regards to policy, as a career developer, and as many of you, I was first attracted to the Pirate Party with regards to our digital rights, digital liberties. At a time when they were really starting to ramp up DRM technologies and censorship, things like that. So that's still been a core for me, but over the years I've become more interested in some of our economic policies, such as both at a corporate level, so trying to restrict what corporations can and can't do, and their abuse of their own consumers, really, which they somehow get away with, and also at a more of a social level with things like the UBI and policies, rent seeking as well. Obviously, that's been a big one. So yeah, anything that kind of helps. Helps the lower working middle class and the poorer classes to have a decent opportunity in life and to be able to seek to do things that often are only available to the upper middle class and rich people. So yeah, that's been my main focus. With regard to Sean, yeah, so I've obviously recruited a few friends over the years. Granted, most of them have been other developers, so some of my work colleagues and things like that over the years. So yeah, not a lot of people outside of tech, aside from a few friends. And how to reach second tier connections is always a challenge, but I think there's been some good ideas discussed here. So hopefully we can flesh that out this year.
Okay, thank you. I believe that's is that everyone who's replied to these, or let's see, Fred, you've talked to David Kennedy. Did David respond to the second question?
Yes, I just did that.
Oh, yes, sorry. Andrew did. Roger did. So I think that's everyone whose roles are directly.
There are a couple of things I can say about recruiting.
Oh, yep, go ahead.
So I mentioned in my outgoing president's report about the campaigning strategies of a couple of other about the campaigning strategies for elections that's employed by other parties, and the Greens party one is the one I'll probably discuss the most detail. And that one works because they're making use of the Facebook algorithm to they're primarily promoting creating Facebook events, and they're getting them to be shared. And the Facebook algorithm is spreading it further. So it's they're sort of astroturfing viral social media promotions. So that's semi-astroturfing, semi-grassroots. There's other aspects to it as well, but that's kind of the key point. So when so with my digital engagement, my digital outreach strategy, one of the key points was that you have content A, B, then you promote that content. So with so we've been creating content, or a few of us have been creating content with a couple of different formats, I guess. That's good. And we need to keep that content creation going. We need to continue improving the production quality of that content. We also need to diversify that content more. So we've had a lot of policy talk, some of which is fairly dry, but really interesting for people who care about it, which is great. But not everyone cares about a lot of the things we care about. Not everyone cares about privacy or copyright. Not everyone cares about obscure economic or environmental or technological issues. And they're important, but that's not how we can reach people outside of our immediate circles, because we've had intense coverage within the IT community over the years. You can't really work in IT and not have heard of us. Maybe that's not quite true, but predominantly most people in IT have probably heard of us, or a lot of people. So where's our recruiting ground then? It's for people outside of IT, and so we need to find topics which people care about outside of the traditional IT related issues, and we need to create content around those issues and then promote that on social media in a way that people actually notice it. So one area in which we've really struggled with production value is graphic design, and since Alex started doing graphic design, that's picked up massively. But we do need more graphic designers contributing and creating graphics and creating promotional images, because we average about 1 or 2 posts on social media, maybe 1 post every few days, a couple of posts a week, sometimes more when we've got things going on which we're promoting. We'll make a couple of promotional posts about different things. If there's a major event happening, well, that'll also boost our social media activity because we'll have to go in and do something for that. But just having our own custom memes and branding helps hugely in becoming eye-catching, so helps with our actual content sharing. So one of the other key elements with my engagement digital strategy was engagement. People have to want to engage with our content. We have to make it interesting, but also interactive. So I'd really encourage anyone who does want to think strategically about our recruitment. Well, that's how to do it, and that's not easy. But that content creation is the first step, and having people willing to create and participate in creating content. All right, thanks.
Yes, I think a very good point from Miles there, that perhaps a lot of the work towards recruitment, that the Policy Development Committee is going to be very important towards that, in terms of finding the policies that resonate not just with our traditional audience, but with the broader wider community. And of course, COVID has exposed plenty of opportunities there with policies that people are very concerned about, where pirate principles do have some relevance. I think it's safe to say that the pirates do need to think quite strongly about, for instance, our policies on, like, what do you do in a public health crisis going into the next election? Because let's be honest, it's not something we've traditionally thought about all that much. And I mean, speaking from my own privacy background, this is one of the areas where sometimes you do have to compromise for the sake of public health, but at the same time making sure to not make the mistakes that our current governments have in terms of not putting in laws to stop police from misusing the data as they instantly did and as we told them they would, and making sure the data is not retained once the crisis is gone, which of course they're still not preventing, but I could rant on that forever. And I won't, because I'm not a candidate. So do we have... we have a comment here from Sean. It's like, I know the party existed for years, ever since it shot when researching minor parties for election. Didn't know too much about it. I was like, oh, they're a relatively good option. I ranked them pretty high up and forgot about you. Which, yes, I think that has been a problem with the pirates from the very beginning. It's not so much the name recognition. People have heard of pirates. They just don't know much about us beyond yar.
That's actually a really good point, Liam. If I can jump in really quickly, is that potentially one of the things, not just with more outreach, but it's even not so much a rebranding process, but there are a lot of people who already know about the pirates who might not actually understand what our views actually are. So it's an education process. So we need to make sure that people who do already know about us actually know the truth about what the Pirate Party is, what we stand for, what our policies are. I think there's probably some misconception about what pirates are.
Yes. Sometimes I do wonder if it would help to actually lean a bit more into the mythology of pirates, given that pirates were some of the earliest functional democracies.
Well, I mean, obviously not the earliest. That's going back to like ancient Greece, but I mean, like in the last 1,000 years, pirates had what constitutions.
Well, I think that the qualifier there is that they were a democratic organisation that committed violence and theft on others. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword.
So what you're saying is they were a government.
So basically, you're saying that they're America.
It was more of a guideline, really.
Well,
they more or less responded on the violence with violence.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things
Yeah,
I
but
did.
our democracy.
Well, look, you've got me started there. I have said this sort of thing before, particularly in my speeches about foreign policy in China. But basically, foreign policy is one of the last vestiges of royal prerogative. And the royal prerogative is the prerogative to be an arsehole. And that's what foreign policy is. So there you go. That's my single sentence summary.
But perhaps it's appropriate to say that pirates were assholes, but they weren't really assholes to their own.
Yeah, that's a fair summary. I think that they had at least an effective internal democracy that was actually quite functional in its way. So that's certainly a fair comment. Internally, that they had an effective democracy.
Like a pack of wolves.
Yeah, that's another metaphor, I guess.
Because it was more of a guideline than a constitution, of course.
This does sound like it's moving towards pirates, the lesser evil. But anyway, actually, that's not a bad meme. But anyway,
Well,
so Alex does.
actually, now you've started me off. I mean, our governments are pirates. Why don't we admit it? There you go.
Okay, so Alex has raised lunchtime is here. Shall we move on to elections? Yes, I believe we should get the elections done so we can go take an hour lunch. So. I believe these will just be floor votes. And again, we will go via... well, actually, no. Do we even need to have floor votes at this point? All candidates have accepted their nominations. Is there... There are what positions do we actually have multiple people running on? We have multiple people for, well, no, because if Miles would be the only president, so elected. Rogers withdrawn from deputy president. Miles would have been elected as president, leaving Brandon as the only deputy president. Alex only secretary. Roger only deputy secretary. John only treasurer. Michael only deputy treasurer. Roger elected as deputy secretary, so that leaves Andrew, David, Fred, elected councillor. Andrew as policy development officer, able to be elected alongside being councillor. One position on the DRC, which we did not have a nomination for, and so we will leave nominations for that open until, I believe, the end of the day. So, yes, I guess we do just have to formally ask candidates, do you accept your nominations? Though I'd assume that given you all added the nominations yourselves that you have. So...
I accept.
Yeah, I am seeing a bunch of people putting their hands up. Perhaps easiest for the record, if you could all just type in the chat, I accept my nomination. Okay, so we have that from Miles. We have that from Brandon. I need yours in the chat. Alex, I need yours. Roger, who are you in the chat? Oh, no, there you are. Dread Pirate Roger. You're done. John, I have. Mitchell, who were you in the chat? I think.
A silent runner.
Silent runner. Excellent. Okay.
Andrew Poet, excellent. David Kennedy. I don't see you, David. If I could have...
I'm in chat as Satch.
Excellent. Okay. Fred, yes. So the only one I need in the chat, I think, is Brandon.
Has Brandon dropped out, I wonder? Or he's wandered off? AFK, as they say.
Indeed. Okay, we'll just give Brandon a minute.
We're all waiting for Brandon before we can have lunch.
Quick question.
Okay, because given that we still need, well, that we still don't have any nominations for the Dispute Resolution Committee as of yet, what I am going to suggest is that we take the break now. The nominations for the Dispute Resolution Committee will remain open during that break. When we come back, I'll presumably have Brandon's nomination acceptance. We can declare those closed. We can go into speeches for anyone who's put themselves forward for the Dispute Resolution Committee after lunch, if there are any.
Liam, just one thing I'd like to mention before lunch. Some of you have seen in my chat, I have actually put together two wordings for the preamble, or I guess now we're calling it a position statement on 18C. So I believe Alex has actually put that in the main page of what is it, of motions. So that's something to have a look at over lunch if you have the time and inclination. But I'll shut up now. That really was meant to be brief.
Yep. So, I mean, just to further clarify what's been said there by John, I believe the two alternatives being put forward are depending on if 3B or 3C are ratified by the members.
Sean just self-nominated for DRC.
Yes, I just saw that. We will keep that nominations for that open until at least after the break, I think, just to make sure we've given people sufficient time. Well, I think I will formally motion now then that we adjourn and take a 1 hour break for lunch. We can do that, I think, after any DRC speeches after lunch, if that works for everyone. Mandrake, I'll put the motion in the chat. Can you please handle the vote? I think the ayes have it. Technically, that needs to be open for 3 minutes, but I don't think there's any question that will pass on the amount of people who have said yes with the amount of people we know to be here. So
I would like to think that a procedural motion is something you can be more flexible on, but Alex and Miles may want to stick their oars in. But I think straightforward procedural motion, surely you can cut shorter than 3 minutes.
Yes. I mean, I think formally that's still open for 3 minutes, which means me and Mandrake need to stay here for a few more minutes, but the rest of you can go bugger off and take an hour, 3 minutes break, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, so getting back here in an hour. All right.
Roughly 1:45.
Yep, that'll do. All right. See you then.
I have to remember what we did last time in regards to handing back chair. I suspect after the break I hand back chair to Miles once the elections are confirmed. Just to answer Sean's question, yes, mediating conflicts, rules lawyering the Constitution, and managing things when the National Council is, for whatever reason, unable to do so, whether that be through conflicts of interest or simply because their term is over and we're in a period between terms.
Now.
Okay, so we're back on the air?
Now.
Okay, so
Back on the air, and recorders have started for the second half.
Okay, thank you. All right, so over the break, we had one nomination for the one open position for DRC, and Brendan did accept his nomination for Deputy President. So, Sean, just again for the record, if you can formally accept your own nomination for the DRC. Okay. As there are an equal amount of candidates to the amount of open positions in all races, the only thing to do then is to ask on the floor if there are any objections to any of the candidates that have been put forward, any reason that these should not be accepted as the duly elected candidates by default. Speak now or hold your peace until the election next year. I should say the Congress next year. We'll wait one more minute, and if there are no objections forward, then...
How many nominations are there now for the councillor positions?
There are 3 nominations for 3 open councillor positions.
Oh, I see. That makes it easy.
It does indeed. All right, well, with no other candidates being put forward.
Just hold, I'm going to be flashing my video on and off for a minute. All up.
Should have thrown a stopwatch to this. All right, I don't see anyone typing in the chat to suggest that there would be any disputes. And I believe that is a minute, or has been more than a minute now. So in which case I hereby declare those elections closed and the candidates elected. There is no need to go to a further vote as there is an equal number of candidates to the positions open in all cases.
Nice. Too easy.
And with that concluded, my responsibilities here have concluded, so I will hand over to the incoming president and continuing president, Miles.
Miles, do not yet. video, no audio. Should be coming up anytime now.
Hello. All right, I've got video and I've got audio. Great. All right. So thank you to everyone who nominated, and thank you to Liam for acting as returning officer. This is quite exciting. This is the first time in quite a number of years that all open positions have been filled. And it's also a very pleasant coincidence that none of the positions were actually contested either. So thank you to everyone who contributed to that by shifting your nominations around. It made things a little bit simpler. But obviously everyone has your preferences for which position you want to go for. So don't. So as a general rule, I wouldn't say don't feel pressured to do what's expedient, but rather think about what you can do best for the party and what you want to do best for the party.
Just drop my video in case it helps.
Thanks, Dave. So that will go out to the party membership, but as it's all contested, there won't be a vote, to my understanding. Yeah, no, there won't be a vote, but notification will go out to the party all the same. So going back to the agenda, we have there are two main items remaining for this afternoon and for the final session of Congress. The most important one is to complete the policy amendment motions, which we didn't manage to complete yesterday. So this is PM4 and PM5. The second item is to carry out, to hold strategy discussion, the traditional Sunday afternoon pastime, which with a bit of luck we'll have enough time for, and party improvement proposals. However, before we do either of those, we have our second guest speaker to present on a topic of interest. So many of you would know Andrew Downing, who was renominated this year for the position of Policy Development Officer, has put together a short presentation on cryptocurrency. So Andrew, would you like to take it away?
Sure, I will. It isn't strictly cryptocurrency, they're very related. I'm just going to share a thing here, and Mandrake, you said you could make this share come up in a nice way, yeah?
Yeah, I've got it all set, ready to go, so let's work out how much once you enable the sharing.
Okay, share. Can you see that one? I'll go that into present. Talking about money, you see that one? Yeah.
I see, I just need to copy it over.
Okay. I just want to see what that looks like in the stream, so I have some idea what I'm talking to. It should be interesting. Stream in stream. I'm not seeing it there yet.
Because I've got to on video it.
Okay.
That's what it should look like.
Like that? Okay, that's not too bad.
Maybe not to drost it. So switch
If
it away
you-
so it doesn't drost.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I like that. All right, hang on. Here we go. Put it into presentation mode. That probably looks reasonable. Okay, so it's not strictly a cryptocurrency talk, although there's obviously overlap in that. So it's just the subject matter is talking about money. So we have relatively little economic policy overall at the moment. It's not entirely clear which area of thought we embrace. We have a few things going in that space. I mean, we have some policies around, obviously, the basic income as a negative income tax. We've got some things on land value tax. We've got a basic cryptocurrency policy. And it's not entirely clear which general economic disciplines we follow. And what I'm trying to do here today is not necessarily to present any specific policy. I'm trying to lay out sort of a framework for thinking about some things in this space, with a particular emphasis, I think, around the economics of the wealth inequality that people worry about, and its relationship to environmentalism, because I think those are probably two of the larger concerns in the population at large, particularly amongst the younger generations as they think about politics and economics. These are the things they care about. So, moving on. So, a few terms and ways of thinking about things. What is money? Money is a technology for communicating value between humans, doing free trade. We negotiate through trade to decide on the values of things. We buy or sell things, and that's how we figure out the value of different things to us. Now, I made this little formula here where I said, look, value equals time times effort times some technology function over energy and resources. And if you thought about economics as it was a long time ago, when it was just, the sweat of your brow, it was pretty much just the time and effort part of that. But as soon as we harnessed a horse and started having it pull a plow for us or something, we were applying a bit of technology. And today, the technology factor part of that is coming to dominate the whole value proposition. And long term, we end up heading towards this kind of a post-scarcity thing where the energy and resources are essentially free, and the time and effort portions the effort portion becomes smaller and smaller as we need less and less human involvement to actually produce value. And just in case it wasn't obvious, the notion of some things having inherent value is I think a bit of a nonsense. All value is subjective. We figure out the value that we think a thing has by negotiation between us. Now, since we have money representing this value, then the numeric value attached to money relative to the actual value it can get you in the world varies over time. And when your money becomes worth less over time, we call that inflation. When your money becomes worth more over time, we call that deflation. And that's because the two aren't well tied. And so, and monetary policy affects all that sort of stuff. Now, there's some other sides to that, but we'll get to that in just a moment. The technology factor is the big one I wanted to get into in here, because I think this is very central to where the Pirate Party position on economics and monetary policy in general could be somewhat different. We're much more technology-centric. We have a lot of technology understanding, knowledgeable people, and so we can work that space perhaps better than a lot of other competing parties. So technology is a value multiplier over time, and we are on a sharp technology ramp. So your future time and energy should produce more value than it does today. But the problem there is that the gains that should be socialized from that are essentially stolen from you in the form of inflation. So inflation really is a hidden tax. It means if you have money, you've been saving your money up, it's getting progressively worth less and less over time. Now, I should interject a little comment there about the way the whole inflation thing works. Most people conflate the idea of inflation with the CPI that the government publishes. Trouble is, that's kind of a bit of a nonsense. That's their little basket of goods. But in fact, inflation operates independently and differently against almost every different commodity. And the situation we've been having lately, at least especially over the last sort of few decades, has been that mostly we've had asset inflation, and which is to say, the prices of land, prices of shares, the prices, value of companies, metals, commodities like that, those sorts of things are all going up rapidly in value. And sort of numeric monetary value, whereas the sort of commodities that are measured by the CPI tend to be things that are held relatively stable, and they exhibit typically under 2% inflation. So there's not much change going on there, and everybody thinks that therefore, oh, look, the cost of living didn't really go up. But in fact, the largest chunk, the largest single factor in most people's lives is the price of a house and land, and that's not included. So we see the effect where, in fact, back in, say, 1990 or something, it was the average person needed to borrow somewhere around 1.5 to 2 times their annual salary to have a roof over their head and some land to stand on. Now it's closer to 6 times, and so you need 2 incomes to do it. You can't say that that wasn't inflation. It was. It's just asset inflation. It's not covered in the CPI. This is something that John picked up and talked about on his radio show recently. Now, the thing about the way that the technology influences things, though, is it advances like an evolutionary process. And there's a funny effect here, which is to say you have long periods of time where it's relatively stable, there's not a lot of changing, and then all of a sudden the convergence of a bunch of things come together and woof, everything changes. Like, we suddenly had the internet, suddenly mobile phones just changed the way everybody communicated. Social media did similar things. There's always these convergence points. Historically, there were bigger events that took longer to happen. There were things like we had a printing press. It took a while to get around. Decades going on, centuries before that made a big splash because we had to train a whole population to read. Right. Similarly, we had industrial and agricultural revolutions. Those things took decades going on, centuries to really roll out. But now these things are accelerating and compounding, moving forward. And so what we see is that the modern sort of information network revolution is driving the machine intelligence, biotech, decentralized cryptocurrency-based economics, fully automated bespoke manufacturing, and there's an energy revolution going on as well with storage and renewables. And pretty soon we should have some fusion energy generation going on. I see companies already lining up to actually turn that into production. And obviously quantum computing is another big one. Now, these things produce step changes, and when you get these step changes, it really ramps up that formula I was showing earlier, where that technological function across energy and resources suddenly has a big change. And the effect of technology on the value of things is deflationary. It essentially means that the cost of everything should get lower. You should get more for less. That's why we do technology. We do technology so we get more for less. That's why, right? And so it is inherently deflationary. But we have this slight problem, which is that the monetary system we're operating with is inherently inflationary. It's modeled the opposite way around. So, if we ever look like we're not going to have inflation, then everybody goes into a frenzy trying to stimulate the economy to make sure inflation keeps happening, because otherwise debts go bad and so on. It turns into a real mess, and you have recessions and depressions and so on. So they're having to actually do some pretty crazy things, and we'll get to that in just a moment. But to get some idea of how this technological ramp is continuing. It's a lot of it's really under the covers, driven by this Moore's law in computing, where we essentially double the computing power we have available for a given price. Forget about clock speeds or chip size or transistors or all other crap. It's the cost of how much bang for our buck do we get in computing is the issue. Because that's the thing that has the social impact. That's the thing that has the impact on all our other industries. And it's easy to dismiss this stuff as being simply look, computer go faster. Yeah, great. No, not great. That's not it. The computer goes faster and the networks go faster, and suddenly that's the thing that's driving all of our other major industry. Biotech does not work without massively parallel computation. Doesn't work. Yeah, artificial intelligence doesn't work without this. all these other sort of other industries and manufacturing. Modern manufacturing is all about being able to fully automate things, which means robotics, which means machine learning, which means computing. Every industry, even down to silly things. You want to make chairs and sell them to the world? There's going to be a design system that's all in infotech somewhere, and there's going to be a factory somewhere. And if you want your chairs to be cheaper than everybody else's, it's going to have to be a fully automated manufacturing system that just spews these things out and does it without human interaction. That's going to be the thing that makes it win. So it's computing every damn time. And if you look at this curve, actually, if you look at if you just sort of blur out and look at that curve a little bit, this is actually on a log chart here, right? And notice that even with the log chart, the line is actually ever so slightly vertical, ever so slightly an upward curve. So, in fact, it's not just accelerating. Technology is actually a jerk. Technology is a jerk, being the third derivative of change over time. So, this is what's driving it all. Now, So what happens there? So you may be wondering, why are the house prices going through the roof? How does it relate to that technology stuff? And why is your house? Even in the middle of a COVID, a pandemic, the price of houses went up dramatically. We had the shares in a giant bubble. Where students are laden with debt, and wealth inequality seems to be getting out of control. And I think the core issue that's driving this is in fact this technological surge that we're having here, because it produces deflation, and to keep things inflationary, they have to just keep issuing more currency. And that's what we're seeing. That's why there's this meme out there about the whole money printer go brr thing, right? The US has issued something well over 20% of all US dollars that have ever been issued were issued in the last year or so, right? It's crazy. And Australia is planning to keep up with that. We're expecting our budget, and the Liberal government is expected to be have us $1.1 trillion in debt by the end of their current budget cycle. So that's a huge dollar issuance. Part of the problem with this, though, is that the central banks who are trying to do this, who are trying to orchestrate this, have run into a problem, which is that they can't actually issue enough more money. They can make it available to the commercial banks, but the banks can't lend it or won't lend it because the market looks too risky. They don't want to risk it, because if they lend it, they get free money from the central bank, and then if they want to lend it out to somebody, they want to know it's going to get paid back. But everything looks too risky. The industry is in the shitter at the moment, so they don't want to lend it. And in fact, in Australia, the central bank, the Reserve Bank in Australia, put forward, I think it was like $400 billion available to the banks for them to do lending, and they eased the reserve conditions to make it easier for the banks to lend. But the banks are giving most of it back because they don't want to lend it. So that's an interesting situation. And when you get down to this point of having these zero or even negative rates, we're heading toward negative rates. They've been flagging that they might actually do that in Australia shortly. That means that people who perhaps they've saved up all their life and they've got they've retired now and they've got an investment portfolio or banking or whatever, money in the bank or whatever, and they're hoping to live off the interest. Well, they've got none. They have no income. And so this drops spending as well, makes it even worse. So there's some real problems there. And if you want to know where that money's going, this is where it's going. Big bubbles. This is the NASDAQ. This is the NASDAQ plotted out, the aggregate value of the NASDAQ exchange over the last 20, 30 years or something, actually longer than that. This little peak that you can perhaps see in the middle here, this little spike, that was the dot-com bubble. Yeah, and you can see how that spiked up around 2000 and then dropped down just across to the right a little bit further there, around about 2008. There's a sudden little dip there. That was the global financial crisis. Well, take a look over on the right here. This is where we are today. Well, do you think that's not a bubble? That's a bubble. That's the biggest freaking bubble the world's ever seen, and it's a monetary bubble. It's basically it's the governments issuing vast amounts of cash, vast amounts of currency to stimulate the economy, endlessly trying to prevent any kind of drawback or recession. And they've painted themselves into a corner. Right now, if you were to just project that forward, I would estimate that the really likely actual value that you could attribute to it now, if it wasn't for all that bubbleness, would maybe 4,000, maybe down here somewhere. Currently, it's 14,000. That thing looks like it's ripe for a crash in the order of 70%. I could see a 70% stock market crash coming up in the not too distant future. And I mean, every one of these little jaggies here, every time these little things drop like that, usually the event that presaged that was basically the US Fed or anybody connected with the Treasury making any suggestion that there would be a rise in interest rates. And everybody panics and it dips for a bit. And then they go, oh, no, we didn't mean it. And it all goes back up again. So that's the game they've been playing, and there are crazy, ridiculous valuations going on out there. Now, then the governments also take advantage of this. There's actually you have a look at usdebtclock.org sometime. You can see what's happening to the US government in terms of their budgetary things. They currently have a national debt that's about $28.5 trillion. And if you think for just a moment, you'll realize that the only way they can sustain that is if they have the currently near zero interest rates. If they try to slow down the inflationary effect of all this money printing by raising rates to even like 5%, what it ends up meaning is that half of their annual budget will be in interest payments, which means they need to borrow even more. So they painted themselves into a corner. They can't back away from this without creating a massive crash or going into some kind of hyperinflation. It's a crazy, crazy situation, but they really painted themselves into a corner here. And if you think that's a scary figure, take it down the bottom right here, you see this US unfunded liabilities. They basically have $154 trillion in terms of liabilities, things that they are liable to pay for in the future, but for which they have no funds set aside. So that's rather extraordinary. I don't see how that ends up working in the long term. And sure, I'm talking about the US instead of Australia there, but we're in a fairly similar situation in many ways. We actually effectively have to keep chasing this. There is the international markets today are so bound together in bizarre ways, and their monetary systems are bound together sort of bizarrely. I mean, we want to maintain our balance of trade. We want to make sure that we can sell our stuff to other countries. And so we need to make our products cheaper. And the way we make our products cheaper is we issue more currency to devalue our own dollar relative to everybody else. Everyone else is doing the same thing, including the US. And so all of the countries in the world are devaluing their own currencies. And in the process, of doing that, they have asset price inflation, and they have basically a greater increase in the wealth disparity in their own country. They're making their own people poorer, and their working people poorer, and their asset earning class richer. And that's happening globally as a direct consequence of the inflationary nature of money versus technology. Problem is, say it's a trap. Oh. So I talked ahead of myself there. Whoops! I should have thrown that one out there. Whoops! I haven't rehearsed this enough. I was saying before, if they even increased it to 5% as a rates, historically, to prevent inflation when it gets carried away, you need much higher rates than 5%. But if they went to like 10%, then the interest would be the whole of their budget. So they can't do it. The whole business of issuing more currency like this, it's rather like going getting some new credit cards to pay off the debt on your old credit cards. It's like it's a bad practice. You'd know better. Don't do that, right? So the problem here is, as I say, history doesn't so much repeat itself, but it rhymes. Yeah. We actually saw the same situation back at the beginning of the 20th century. We had there the culmination of the agricultural and industrial revolutions, and the countries around, particularly around the Western world that sort of traded with each other, all experienced these same sort of symptoms. They actually were devaluing their own currencies so they could manage balance of trades between each other. So you get these sort of currency wars, they call it. Currency wars lead into tariff wars, trade wars, where you start taxing other people's imports. And other countries' imports and so on. And then eventually that ends up escalating and people start seeing that as being like an economic attack against them, and then they get really antsy at each other, and then it turns into hot wars. And that was pretty much what happened back around then. You know, they went through practices like confiscating all of the gold. We saw that out of the US. We get the sort of the hyperinflation of Weimar Germany. We get the Great Depression in America. We've got 2 world wars. All this stuff is what happens when everybody's monetary systems find themselves in this great conflict. It expresses itself in some horrible ways out in the world, but it comes down to people trying to live together and work together with monetary systems that actually work, and some kind of fair system of value that people can agree with and have a consensus around and work together. We can't do that this time. It's not an option. So we need a better answer. And the flip side of this, the other major, there's the environmental connection to this as well. If you imagine that an inflationary currency and its need to grow all the time, when you keep inflating, like we have to actually keep on growing in the economy to keep up with the inflation. We need to grow at least at the rate that the inflation says it's going up. And it's not too hard to figure out that an economy that must, by design, by definition, grow forever is utterly incompatible with environmentalism. You can't have a future good environmental situation if your economic growth must continue forever in a world of finite resources. These things don't work together. So we need to be switching to an economics that supports a steady state, because we're going to have a plateau in the population. We've got a limitation in resources. So ultimately, we need an economic model that does not require forever growth. If we don't come up with something better, then what we get stuck with is the default, which is to say that the central banks are keen on, let's say most of the central banks of the world are keen on having central bank digital currencies. Now, in some ways, they think of this as being an answer to several different problems that they, in their perception at least. One of the problems is that there's a black market and you can't tax that. That happens in cash. So having a central bank digital currency and replacing cash with that means that they think they can eliminate the black market. Well, they can't. People will just find other ways to trade in the black market. Not the least of which is probably something like Monero or Zcash or something like this. Pick your currency, right? But the other big reason that the central banks want to do their digital currencies, or there's also add efficiency to that list, but the other big reason is that it's a way for them to get over this issue about the commercial banks' unwillingness to lend money out into the world as money supply into the economy in the face of high risk. And so they simply can't get enough money out into the economy to meet what they want to do. If the central banks have their own central bank digital currency, then everybody, you, me, the whole population, companies, everybody has a direct account with a central bank. They're not just dealing with commercial banks anymore, they're dealing with everybody. When they deal with everybody like this, the central bank doesn't have an organization like a commercial bank who cares about risk between them and the end people. So now we get this situation where actually the US federal banks have just done this, where they've actually opened up their dealings from the central banks to a variety of financial institutions that are non-banking organizations who couldn't get loans through commercial banks, and now they're being lent money directly from the central banks currently, initially, just to the tune of about $1 trillion worth. That's just been announced over the last few days. But that's going to expand. So commercial banks are being cut out of the flow here, and we're all going to deal directly with the central banks, apparently. This is a bad idea on lots of other fronts. I mean, for one, it's the most powerful tool ever for a central government authoritarian control over everything. They get to decide every damn thing you can and cannot spend money on. They can decide that, yeah, well, look, we gave you this money. You can only pay these things for it. It's like it's like some of the things that the Liberal government tried in Australia for unemployed people, excepting now you could do it to the whole population. China is obviously very keen on this. They're already rolling theirs out, and they're connecting it to the social credit score system. There's a lot of talk about behavioral economics, which is to say they want to reward different kinds of spending behavior. They might go, well, look, we see you buying alcohol with your money. We'll make that worse for you in some way or another. They'll just make things more or less expensive, depending, right? They can penalize you or reward you based on what they think is good. It's centrally managed economics because we're giving them the power if we let them do this. So it's still destined to grow forever and destroy the economy because it's still a fiat-based inflationary currency. It's still going to be driving wealth inequality. They're just ramping up the currency they're issuing to an even greater degree, and they're doing it in even riskier conditions. Only they don't care if the risk goes bad because they can create as much money as they like because they're the central bank and they proved that nothing in the first place. Now, it's true the rest of us, whenever they do that, they just devalue all of our savings and create more wealth inequality and help destroy the environment. So it's a mess. I don't see this as being a great idea the way it's going, but any central bank that doesn't play this game is going to be at a disadvantage against all the other ones that do. The urgency with which this is now needed to be done appears to be ramping up in the US now. The US is going, yeah, we're going to have our own CBDC. Australia has been on the bandwagon for this for years now. They've been planning it. You may notice all the changes we've had with Australia trying to phase out cash. A lot of stuff like that going on. So watch out for that. So we need a better monetary system. I'm nearly in now. It needs to be decentralized because who would you trust to control the global economy? It needs to be deflationary, so they naturally share the technological gains because the value of your money will increase over time as efficiency goes up with technology. It needs to be programmable and open source so we can all see how it works and choose to participate. It needs to allow permissionless innovation. Anybody should be able to innovate on this front on a global scale, and they should not have to ask for some permission to do so from some central authority. It needs to be global and boundary-free, but anti-monopoly. It needs to emphasize efficiency over forever growth, which a deflationary currency tends to do. It needs to be taxed on the basis of our shared and limited resources. We want to tax resources, not transactions, not trading, not income, not work. We want to tax resources because they are the scarce and limited resources that governments can, within the bounds of their own geographical nations, have some control over. We can tax the stuff that's being dug out of the ground. We can tax the trees. We can tax the farming. We can tax everything that's physical, and we don't need to limit everybody's freedom to do so. So that's the summary of what I think we ultimately need. The details of how we should do that is something I want to work on over the next year. But to wrap it up, we have two choices, two futures we can choose here. We can have the Star Trek future, where the price of everything converges on zero, where it's a post-scarcity economy, and everyone shares in it fairly equally, or we can have the Star Wars future where all the value flows upwards to a few elites, which is where we're heading at the moment. That's wealth inequality. That's where that leads. So take your choice. Pick one of the above. I know which one I'd prefer, but I thought the analogy worked well. Thanks. That's the end of that. I'm not sure if anybody had questions.
Just had
Thank you very much,
one
Andrew.
in chat here from Jed. The trouble with predicting stock market crashes is that the stock market can remain irrational for longer than you can remain solvent.
I know where that quote comes from. I know exactly where that quote comes from.
Other than that, very interesting stuff.
Okay. Do you want? I should probably take down that presentation, shouldn't I?
Yeah, how do I
can
stop
just
sharing
take
that?
The first five? Can I
Just
take the first five?
Just a comment on the Star Trek and Star Wars analogy. I use a similar analogy of the same to describe political ideologies, because in Star Wars, the good guys are the rebels fighting against the big guys, and in Star Trek, the good guys are the big alliance, and they're trying to get rid of any rebel factions. So they're almost bipolar opposites.
Yeah, that's why I thought that worked as an analogy there.
Yeah.
The rebels are pirates, right? Rebel scum.
And the National Council is the Jedi Council, right?
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
And
We have a couple more questions in chat.
What are we looking at here?
sorry, Alex asked what happens when you put that NASDAQ graph on a log scale.
I think that would actually look slightly more acceleration-y than more jerky than straight line. It's actually accelerating upwards as well, but it's driven by monetary value. If you let's say monetary issuance, if you look at things like whenever there's any threat of stopping the things like the stimulus and so on, that immediately causes it to drop. You get some other really bizarre behaviors. You get companies doing things like taking the 0% loans to go and buy back a lot of their own shares, so that the share value goes up because their own shares are now more scarce. So they artificially inflate their own share prices by bizarre practices like that, because money being that cheap, it distorts all pricing signals. You get weird things like, Tesla is not, it's a great company. Tesla does some good things, but they are not worth more than all the other car companies put together. That's nonsense, right? Apple did not do anything that would actually double their value in the last year. That's nonsense. I mean, they're a good company. They produce some good products, but they didn't double their value in terms of their underlying value of the company in the last year. It did not happen, but the share price suggests it did. So there's some pretty peculiar things. This monetary policy is wildly distorting all of the pricing signals. And so we're seeing these very ballooning sort of behaviors and distortions of normal market behaviors. You get sort of 200 to 1 price to earnings ratios and things like this, where it's like this, it would take another 200 years to get the return the share price suggests you should be getting, because the company can't earn at that rate because they don't have any capacity to do that. It's turning into gambling. I'd suggest that also has something to do with why over in cryptocurrency land we see some very bizarre, speculation on pure meme-based coins, right? Dogecoin and things like this. It has no meaningful underlying functionality. There's no particular reason anybody should be supporting the project. But what we understand is that there's just a gambling mentality when people don't see a way to make a gain through actual value production, right? When the price signals are also distorted, and when you can just act as a collective to bet on a thing, it turns into a game of betting.
Just a couple more, well, a comment and a question. Alex says absolutely it'll look less dramatic with regards to the NASDAQ being on the logarithm. It's just that even garden variety inflation can make a dramatic linear scale graph.
Yeah.
And
not like that one, though.
And a question from Jed. Any thoughts about how cryptocurrency seems to exchange ever-increasing inflation for ever-increasing computation requirements to keep up?
The increasing computation requirements don't relate to the inflation or whatever. They relate to the difficulty factor, which is really more about how many participants there are and so on, and that's only in proof of work. There's a whole separate story around proof of work that I could tell, but it's somewhat more extensive than we probably have time for right now. If you, it's curious if you just very simply though, if you looked at say gold has historically been the basis for store of value over time. And the reason everybody globally and independently converged on gold for that purpose was that it is A, scarce, and B, it takes a lot of work to actually acquire it. And that work and scarcity is very, very hard to get around. And so Bitcoin in particular, with its proof of work, is an implementation of that. It is saying, look, you can't acquire this without doing a lot of work, and it is scarce, and there is not going to be more of it. It's more so, it does gold better than gold in terms of any algorithmic measure of it. By comparison, things like, say, what goes on Ethereum, where they're actually heading towards proof of work, which is a different algorithm based around, I hold a lot of this and I don't want to lose it, therefore I should validate your transactions correctly, otherwise I will lose my stake. That's a short-term thing that says, in the here and now, right here and now, I'm putting my money on the line, and that's why you should trust me to do this. It really, but I could take that money away at a moment's notice and say, well, look, today I'm validating your transactions and you should trust me. Tomorrow, I could just let this go. It's like a what's the right sort of comparison here? One, if you do that, you go down the proof of work route, you've got skin in the game, right? You actually spent the value on all that computation, on doing that work to acquire the thing. It's sunk value. And so it retains its value, which makes it more suitable as a store of value over long time frames. Whereas the proof of stake is a short-term, trust me now because I have something to lose now, but tomorrow, who knows? Yeah, the different modes of thinking. Proof of work is equivalent to the gold idea. So they're both valid. They're both valid and useful, but they have different purposes. And having a solid long-term store of value is actually really important. It's the way we manage to effectively trade with our own future. It's the way we say, I want to acquire some value now that I know I will be able to use into the future. That in 10 years' time, I'll be able to use the value that I acquired today and know that it won't all be frittered away. You can't do that with something that isn't grounded in work like that. So there's some weird considerations there. I'll shut up now.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew.
Can I just say a quote that was, I think, simplified of Andrew's? And saying, the increasing environmental impact of energy consumption of something like Bitcoin, that is not a bug. That is a feature, and a very damn good one of that.
It is actually a feature, yes. You just went silent.
Did I? Shouldn't have.
You're back.
I think you got it out. I was specifically referring to the energy resource requirements in running all of those miners as a specific subset of other issues in crypto.
Yeah, as Andrew was saying, so not my point. It's not a bug; it's a feature. And besides, a lot of those miners, they're looking at going, wait, it takes so much to get everything, so we need to look at stuff to where it is cheap and where it is good. For example, doing like a lot of those big projects for energy storage. What's a good thing is often base load. A good thing for doing that? Crypto mining.
Yeah, there are some weird uses for it, and certainly that whole industry that drives that stuff is having a big swing in the direction of renewables as the source for these things, and that's sort of certainly helping them. I know good old Elon's influence on that actually seems to have created quite a bit of inertia toward them heading in that direction. So yeah, they're using a lot more renewables now, and they're playing a lot more interesting games like like trying to incent the generation of new renewable energy generation by actually funding it, because you create a new solar system out in the desert somewhere, and what's going to pay for that? Well, look, you put up a little crypto mining thing right next to it, and you essentially manage to pay for that and the storage to turn it into a 24-hour thing. And then the rest of the population catches up and then starts using that, and then you move on to the next one. So, and because it's mobile, it's essentially a use of power that generates instantaneous value that you can actually relocate with ease. So it's a funny game. There's a lot of fairly dynamic considerations in terms of how this rolls out in the world. But again, it's not the only answer out there. It's a part of a much broader answer. So I don't want to suggest that, look, Bitcoin is the be-all and end-all of everything. It's not. It's one piece of a larger puzzle.
And another one from Alex. I'd like a currency that costs less than the order of $10 per transaction. What do I do?
Well, you could try doing Bitcoin transactions with the level 2 Lightning Network, where transactions happen sub-second and cost less than 1 cent. That's what's going on in El Salvador. Basically, if you want to think about, and in the case of Bitcoin there, the level 1, the layer 1 network is more like the settlement layer. That's how it's emerging as. So imagine, Visa and credit cards and banks, they have their own settlement layers where they settle the exchange between each other. They do that it takes them up to a week to get final settlement. Bitcoin achieves final settlement every 10 minutes and costs maybe, like you say, about $10 or something like this, right, to achieve final settlement like that. Meanwhile, you put the layer 2 network on top of that, known as the Lightning Network, and you have transactions that are happening sub-second and they're costing less than a cent. So that's the equivalent of actually swiping your Visa card around the place. That's what the answer looks like. But that's just one answer. That's the Bitcoin answer. But it isn't necessarily the right answer to all problems. It's a partial answer to a whole raft of problems that need thinking about. Did that answer your question, Alex?
All right, Sean's bumped his question here from earlier. I must have missed that. If trade is untaxed and savings grow continuously in value, does this mean that massive industrial scale arbitrage would become essentially an untaxable source of massive wealth? Do we simply expect tax costs to be passed on and eventually flow upwards from the resource usage to this untaxable stockpile of wealth?
Wealth ultimately derives from the energy and resources that you're consuming. And so you put the tax on the resources, and that at a country level that you pay for the public infrastructure and social security and all sorts of things that you want like that. And that should deal with that. But yes, there is arbitrage, but arbitrage should slowly dissipate down to the point of nothing, because what we're actually seeing is the convergence of the markets. Arbitrage is usually where you are looking at two different prices. You're seeing a price over here and a price over there, and you use the difference to make a profit. What we're actually seeing is decentralized the emergence of fully decentralized markets. That's DeFi, decentralized finance. And what's happening in that space is that all of the individual decentralized markets that have been emerging are actually being bridged. So you end up with one giant global spanning market with lots of different access points. And in which case there essentially is no arbitrage opportunity within that, because it's one giant pricing market on a global scale. So I think arbitrage should get harder and harder to do over time.
Certainly makes sense. If you don't have at least partially separated markets for the same commodities, then yeah, there won't be so much potential.
Yeah, one of the largest areas of growth in the last year or so of the cryptocurrency world has been decentralized finance, which is all smart contract-based trading systems and loans and investments and insurance and whatever else you might want to have in that space. And those guys are just completely reinventing how to have things like exchanges. An exchange where there is no central organization, where there's just a market that people participate in, where the liquidity that's available in that market is provided by liquidity stakers. Like, I could come along and go, well, I see a lot of people want to trade in between Bitcoin and Ethereum, say, so I provide some of each, and I provide that as a liquidity thing into this decentralized market, and I get to make a small margin on my capital there by investing it that way, and so I get a slice of the trading fees for having put up the liquidity like that, and then I can draw that back out at any given time. And so rather than a central institution profiting from your trading, instead anybody can participate and gain some of the value that is acquired through provision of the trading mechanisms. It's very, very open and very, very fair, I think. And as Alex says there, yes, tax-wise, I am arguing for an eventual shift to resource and consumption taxes. And we were already a little bit down that path. I mean, certainly property, we've already talked about land taxes, but minerals, yeah. Carbon taxes, yeah. All of the things that incur a tax into our common base, the commons. Even as a principle base, that actually works quite well. The idea that you can steal my labour is a bit harsh, and that's what income tax is. So I don't know quite how ethically we justify that particular kind of a tax. But the resource taxes, you can look at it as, well, as a starting point, everything in the way of resources, the commons or whatever, is owned collectively by everybody. So if you're going to take some of that for your exclusive use, then you should recompense everybody else for having taken it away from them. And that's the tax. Same with land tax. If you're going to take a piece of land and use it exclusively for your own purposes, and you're going to exclude everybody else from it, then you should compensate everybody else in the country for being denied access to that piece of land. This makes I think, for a morally sound basis of taxation, as opposed to stealing my labour.
I'd like to step in here. We are at just about 3 p.m, but we still do have some other business to jump into. So I know there are still a couple of questions.
Any further questions for Andrew?
There are actually still, by the looks of it, a couple of questions sitting on there, but as it's just coming up to 3 p.m., I'd like to cut that short there so we can
take those offline. Can I drop off to the channel now?
Yes,
yep, thank you very much, Andrew.
Okay.
The presentation is very well put together, and there's a lot of stuff to think about there. And certainly our economic policy has been, it's always felt lacking for a long time. Sure, we're looking at tax reform
Could
and
we
social
maybe
security reform,
take a
but
10-minute break before we
next?
get back to the remaining PMs?
Would you like to put a motion for that?
Hello?
Yeah, would you like to put a motion for a 10-minute break? Yeah, would you like to put a motion? Or I can do it. Give that a little bit longer. Okay, let's close voting there. Okay, Congress adjourns for 10 minutes. We'll return in 3:11. Thank you very much. And then we'll resume immediately with the remaining policy motions.
All right, see you then.
and back.
Doesn't matter. Okay.
Stream is live.
Say something again, Sean? No, still no Sean audio on stream.
Okay, I'll go quickly put that on and then we'll get that done. I do apologize for that. Oh. No, not yet, but yeah, that'll do, that will do. ZI something, control. Yes. I apologize for that. I do. Okay. Yes. That should actually be flipped. Copy link. Oops. Now, Sean, you are on audio.
Hang on. I still can't hear Sean on the stream.
Now you should be.
Okay. Let's see if that's working. Okay.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, cool. Yep, I can hear myself. Right. So, PM5 is about, I was taking a look at the policy platform for the party. We have a section under our freedom of speech policy labeled Remove Counterproductive Restrictions on Freedom of Speech. And while this does include a lot of stuff in it, which I think is all very good, a lot of stuff which ought to be repealed, it does not address some of the more recent government action which has been made against our freedom to speak on various issues and our freedom to share information more generally. And this is where the Criminal Code Amendment Sharing of Abhorrent Violent Material Act of 2019 comes in. So this is a law which, if you take a look at the party I linked to the law in question, it prohibits quite a lot of things, actually. Some of which were already illegal, and the things which were already illegal prior to this act, I generally don't have issues with. So, for example, it prohibits sharing of recordings of actual sexual violence, for instance, and torture and things like that. Highly intimate acts of violence. Those are already illegal. They were illegal prior to this act. And so I'm not attempting to address that so much. The thing which I take issue with about this particular act, this particular law, is it was implemented basically as an immediate follow-up to the Christchurch shooting in New Zealand, which was quite infamously live streamed to the internet, by the perpetrator for everyone to see. And in response to this, The government rushed to try and take it down for the sake of protecting the public from this particularly brutal imagery. However, I do not think that this is actually an acceptable thing for the government to do. And part of this comes down to the actual wordings that are used here. And part of it is also just a more general principle. So, one of the things which the law forbids is, let me just double check. So, one of the cases of abhorrent violent conduct is engagement in a terrorist act. Now, even the Australian Law Reform Commission itself has noted that terrorist acts are in fact quite a vague and arbitrary distinction, as fundamentally terrorism is essentially, the common definition for it is use of violence in pursuit of a particular political aim. However, that is quite broad when you think about it. Violence is used in pursuit of political aims all the time by governments. The point at which it becomes banned to share this stuff, the point at which it becomes terrorism in the eyes of government, is when our own government basically denounces that other group and says they're not a state, therefore we do not recognize them as a state, therefore that is terrorism, therefore you aren't allowed to do all of these various things in relation to that group. And so this applies to civil disputes, like civil wars. For example, the ongoing civil war in Ethiopia between I can't remember the name of the kind of region within Ethiopia that's trying to secede, but they actually have legal backing for that, and the actions of the government itself have been noted as being verging on genocidal in a way. And this is a country which they had strong rules for basically each of the various kind of ethnic regions of Ethiopia largely maintaining their own sovereignty within the Union. However, the separatist group is not a state. And as such, as part of the Civil War, they would be designated as terrorists under current Australian legal definitions. They are not on the terrorist list of organizations. However, they fit the government's definition of such. Under the current law, it would be illegal for that group to share any footage documenting the conflict, but it would not be illegal for the official group to share any documentation of the conflict. This creates an innate bias where essentially the government can dictate which of two sides we are allowed to see and hear evidence from as a people. And that is fundamentally something that I consider unacceptable. It also applies more generally, so you'll also see other examples here. Sharing video of murder. So, something which is interesting to note there is that murder is actually quite broad. So, for example, when you kill someone, when you commit a homicide, it is generally assumed to be murder if there's any kind of can't remember the word off the top of my head, but if it has been planned in some way. Self-defense does not make something not murder. It simply makes it legal. However, due to this law, sharing evidence that you committed this act like to defend yourself, sharing video evidence of such would be illegal. You could not defend yourself in the court of public opinion, only in the court of law, which no regular citizen would be able to see if the government didn't want them to see it. And so this is where the applications to things such as documentation of state brutality, such as various instances in the US recently with video recordings of police brutality in the USA. This would also apply to things like body cam footage, leaked body cam footage from police committing like various violent acts is illegal to share under this law because the recording was made by the person committing that act. And the act is part of what is defined here. And there's also the other thing which I commented on is documentation of brutal acts is a fundamentally important part of society. We should not be protected from them. It is important that we see these acts because they are what, like, we as a society and what our government is acting on constantly. When these kind of events happen and our governments go, look, we need to do something about this, we need to act, the regular, like the common people, need to be able to actually verify this stuff as much as is possible. When the government removes from the common people any hope of us being able to independently verify acts for the sake of protecting us, that is not an acceptable justification in my eyes. So that is why I have proposed this. And once again, as I noted, there are other things that this touches on. So the various legitimate interests that are touched on in the Act, such as sexual abuse or torture, those are already illegal under various other laws prohibiting the creation, trade, and possession of such material. And those are, in my eyes, all justifiable in relation to the privacy of the abused individual. And if we were going to implement something to try and protect children from accidentally viewing such material, I think we would be much better off handling all of that through systems like content warnings and just encouraging parental oversight. And I think that's pretty much all I have to say on the issue. Happy to answer any questions.
Yes, I have a couple here from Jed. In regards to that criminal code amendment, it will always be a mistake to follow the example of a censorship-happy country like how New Zealand currently is. And by definition, illegal killing is not murder, and hence killing someone in self-defense is not murder. Dysfunctional Australian self-defense law notwithstanding.
So that's actually not entirely true. I need to double check this, but my understanding is that self-defense is never actually argued as saying, I didn't do the thing I am accused of. It is posited as an affirmative defense, where you say, yes, I did the thing. I have committed this crime that I am accused of, but I have an excuse which makes it not criminal.
And just a question for myself as well. I've been reading through the amendment, but I'm not aware of whether the existing code already explicitly allows for, say, a rape victim to film their attacker. Because just in the amendment itself, it seems to imply that a person would commit an offence if they filmed their rapist and then sent it to anyone. Can you comment on that?
So that is an interesting question. I don't believe that is the case. So if you look at 474.31, part 1C, it requires that the material be produced by a person or people who are engaged in the abhorrent violent conduct, are conspiring to engage in the abhorrent violent conduct, people who aided, abetted,
yes.
counseled, or procured, or
Yep.
was in any way knowingly concerned in, or people who attempted to engage in it.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
So you are right, there is some question about that. I doubt it would hold up, though, on the basis that I suspect that a rape victim would probably not be considered someone who engaged in rape.
Well, yeah, they're engaged in it forcibly without their consent, I suppose. It's, yeah.
Yeah. I would say that not being engaged in the act is kind of part of the definition of that particular act. But the thing which I'm probably most concerned about from all of those would be C3, because that's where you start getting into issues where someone who was like not part of a violent conflict, like of some revolutionary group, some rebel group somewhere, someone who wasn't involved in any of the violence but has been going around and documenting the conflict, like from the perspective of their particular group, their particular side, they would not be allowed to share such material. They would have to contract in like people who specifically do not support their cause if they wanted to get any kind of documentation out in Australia.
This is a fun one.
This is a fun one. Let's see. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Maybe you touched upon it already. So, if somebody film their crime, say if you bash somebody or rape somebody, is that video illegal to use as an evidence, or is there anything
not
like
for
that?
not for use as evidence. So none of this applies to like within a courtroom. This is pretty much all about sharing in the public domain. So sharing over social media and such. However, like there are 100% cases where getting this kind of evidence out there is important. And even if you are not the person who committed such an act, as it so happens, the organization, like the groups behind this, are basically required, if not by the actual letter of the law, then just by the practicality of how they can follow the law to do such a thing, because they can't necessarily tell whether the person who filmed something was involved or not. And if they are involved, then it needs to be taken down within a day. And if they're not involved, then there's no penalty for taking it down. So the practice of it is that everything has to be taken down no matter what. If that's not actually what's technically required, you would have to somehow like reach out to the particular organization doing this and demonstrate that no, like I was not involved in this, I was someone else who filmed it, like in the public interest.
And just another comment from Jed. I'm mostly sure that it is possible for a rape victim to also be one who engaged in rape, as in the example of two drunk beyond consent people having sex. But that would also require that it's filmed in some way so the content can be shared. Sorry, that last part was my addition.
Yeah. Yep. That is true, but again, when it comes to that kind of like more intimate stuff, thing that I would point out is that we do already have other laws on the books about like privacy protections in those regards. And where there is a strong privacy interest, then yeah, those materials can be kept off the internet. Like someone, John?
Well, point is, I'm planning to speak against the motion as much as ask questions, so I don't want to preempt that action, but I am hoping there will be time to do that.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm just pointing out that there are already pre-existing privacy laws which allow for people to take down non-consensual intimate video that is uploaded of them. There are other mechanisms for that. We do not need this particular law.
Well, with Miles or Satch's permission, am I able to speak against the motion?
Yeah, go for it.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So my position is that this is something that can actually be misinterpreted. And while I can see the point in it, I think it's drawing too much hostile interest towards the party because, as has been identified, we have a whole lot of things which talk about censorship, which have, I guess, the image of the government being this heavy-handed thing that's intervening in our lives. And apart from 18C, and I accept whatever outcome we have with 18C, I'm relaxed about that. But I guess I'm thinking that we're piling on too much matters of controversy and going down this path. My compromise would be to say something like repeal the Act or make certain modifications that address the concerns that have been put forward. And the other thing is, look, I could be incorrect here, but I seem to remember some discussion that there were actually a lot of outs in this particular act where, like, people can share images of violence in the act of journalism, and there's various other carve-outs that sort of mean that the law is not as draconian as has been made out. Now, I acknowledge that having duplication of these offences where the offences are actually covered elsewhere, that's a problem. But we could say that's a problem with our whole legal framework with a ridiculous amount of duplicated laws all over the place. And some of them might just be, matters of minor industrial safety or something. But, our legal system is a bit of a mess. It would be nice to tidy it up. But I think that's a separate issue to, worrying about duplications here and now. If we had a general position against bureaucracy and, to transform and clarify and streamline the law as a matter of general principle, well, fair enough. But I do feel that this is, I guess, attracting too much troublesome attention to the party. But I also say between 18C and numerous other things, we do actually make quite strident political statements. I just think this is sort of overloading things. I mean, I know Alex talks about the weirdness budget. Maybe it's not particularly weird, but I still think it's, overloading the apple cart, you might say. But having said that, if people support it, it's not a hill I wish to die on. It's just a matter of general concern that I have. And in a sense, I'm relaxed about this motion passing, but I personally, would prefer something else.
Right. I'm just going to respond to a couple of the points in there. So there are indeed some outs under the law, which primarily revolve around essentially registered journalists, so professional journalists working for large industry bodies. It does not permit for general interest or public interest sharing of material from individual citizens, which I consider to be I consider that to be largely unacceptable as an exception, because the government gets to decide who a registered licensed journalist is. And in regards to the other issues, I actually see a significant difference between this and 18C. The big difference is that 18C has other groups who are arguing for its repeal, and they're arguing under other particular reasons. And that's where a lot of the challenges that it posed to us came. So, sorry. Big problem with 18C for us and our position on it has been that it essentially put us in the same lot as other parties that have nothing to do with us. So the previous position made it easy for rivals or political opposition to paint us in the same corner as people like Cory Bernardi, which is not an accurate reflection of us. There is no other party which has proposed an amendment such as this. And as such, I don't think that anybody who reads that who reads that we want to repeal this is going to go in with a kind of pre-established concept of why we might be doing this. I think anyone who reads this will go, wait a minute, what? Why do they want to do that? And that is likely to actually draw them to go and read it, rather than them assuming why we want to do it.
I'd like to start moving this towards a vote. So could we please hear closing arguments for and against?
Just a couple of comments. Just a couple of comments from chat. Firstly, from Jed, I've said this before, but the party needs to get used to advocating for freedom of speech in the face of unfair opposition, and also needs to remember that legislation like this would be struck down should we ever succeed in enshrining freedom of speech in the Australian Constitution. And from Alex, I'm actually not too concerned about this one. There's plenty of other freedom of speech laws we want to repeal that might raise our eyebrows if someone thought to care. Nobody does. Back to you, Miles.
I also point out that the Australian Law Reform Commission is kind of on side with us on this one.
Okay.
All right, let's take this one to a vote then. I haven't heard anyone proposing any amendments. So I may actually, before we go to a vote, I'll give a quick moment for anyone to propose any amendments to this motion.
It's rather complex.
But I don't expect that's likely.
I mean, if anything, perhaps we should consider putting it to a PDC.
One thing that I guess I would recommend if it does go in, notice that our other policy items do actually have references and itemised points. And while on the one hand, I'm not in support of it, but if it does go in and there's a few little numbers in brackets pointing to Law Reform Commission reports or stuff like that, I guess I'd be a bit more comfortable with it. The sad thing is, every time we increase the size of the policy document, well, that's its own cost. It's getting more unwieldy and complicated. But the thing is, we don't have
bearing that in mind, that we can send it out to the PDC to be worked on for the next year. Let's take this one to a vote then. So, Sean, would you like to place a motion to advance PM5? Okay, begin voting. That's 3:43. We'll give it 3 minutes.
Yeah, while that's going on, I'm just going to say that I'm slightly annoyed that I didn't get linked thinking about the online safety bill of 2021 before this started, because I was specifically looking for, are there any other laws that have been introduced recently which have significant impacts of freedom of speech that I should take a look at? I'm annoyed that it didn't get bumped to me beforehand so I could put that in here as well. But I think it is too late to include that and write up rationale for
recent. Yeah, and it's really only just flared up in the last few days.
Yep. That is annoying, because I would have loved to include that in here, but it's just didn't work out in the timing. Mandrick?
Yeah, you're right. At this point, way too late to be amending to chuck that in along with the amend, repeal or amend to deal with something. But then again, that's too late now.
Yeah. And also need to include, like, so that's also a big enough item that we would need to include some significant rationale for it.
All right, that motion passes. Now let's move on to the remaining policy motion, which is PM4. There's been some changes to this one, and I've seen some discussion. Someone, I think it's Jed, advanced the opinion that or someone else put forward that the changes made to PM4 overnight have overstepped what's within the spirit of the policy motions, within the spirit of the standing orders, which suggest that no substantive changes to policy should be made on the floor. Now, when we rearranged PM3 yesterday, that was on the basis of simplifying and splitting apart the content as it was bundled together in a way that was, to a certain extent, I put forward the argument that it was undemocratic, the way differing changes were grouped together. So that's why, in the interest of simplifying, I want to split it up. The PM4 seems to have gone beyond that and now appears to have what I will describe politely as preamble. We had a position statement on 18C, and now having adopted the policy motions regarding PM3, we've now updated policy regarding freedom of speech, ditto with PM5. So I'd like to suggest that the changes made to PM4 are not acceptable without amending standing orders. Now, I understand Alex has contributed to some of these changes, and so has John. Would you two like to, before presenting your rationale, would you like to explain what's happened with these new changes?
All right, well, Alex will say his own thing, but let me say a few things in defence of what I've tried to do. Obviously, I went into the Congress not knowing what the outcome would be, and obviously came up with a certain preamble, which I thought would be in the spirit of context of everything. Like, okay, we can have a strong position on 18C, but if we positively link it to our own other progressive policies, that sort of makes it harder to misrepresent the position. But I would emphasise that right at the bottom of the rationale, I did actually say the exact wording is open to debate, particularly depending on what position we end up taking. So whether or not you want to say I should have been allowed to make that claim, that was certainly my intent when I drafted this PM. And I suppose I know that Jed was saying, oh, you know, there should have been more discussion of this prior to the Congress. Now, I assert this Congress happened with 3 variants of modification to 18C. And so we came to this Congress with a degree of complexity that was unavoidable. And, you know, I had to draft something in the light of not knowing how this Congress would develop and not knowing how things would happen. So to say, oh, you know, this should have been sorted out beforehand, I say fundamentally, You say things should be sorted out beforehand, and you're denying the democratic prerogative of people to put forward motions to Congress, right? Or we could just say, oh, no, only motions that go through PDC and have been, signed in triplicate 3 months before. Look, the thing about a Congress is there's always a bit of argy-bargy and sort of deciding things on the fly. And I would suggest that what we have at this Congress is actually less troublesome than we've had in the past, because we came to this Congress with a certain amount of legacy, a certain amount of thinking about it in the past. And we've also been able to work on things overnight. We haven't worked on things just, in half an hour or an hour while we're discussing things. We at least, flagged it the day before, thought about it and did something. So there's some unavoidable complexity. There's certainly the sentiment that I wrote in that motion. And I would say, according to general committee process, there is a sentiment of, are these substantive changes? I would say, you could say there's substantive changes by one measure. You could also say, I've tried to allow the possibility of flexibility. Now, I would also say that worst case, I guess I would just like my original wording that I came to the Congress with. But the point is, once it became clear what things were being actually enabled, I thought it would be a good idea for the preamble to, in some sense, reference the fact that either we are relying on existing common law principles, or we are actually enhancing 18C to basically have higher standards of proof and remove certain words and do certain things, so that the preamble actually references the things we've actually passed. So that was why I wrote my stuff. And I guess Alex also wrote his synthesis, but his synthesis, I would say, doesn't directly point to the changes were made, that we're adopting 3C or 3B. Now, in the absence of adopting 3C or 3B, or not having something that's nuanced to what we've actually done, then I guess, yes, I would rather go back to my absolute original thing that I put forward. But I would say changing my original thing was certainly what I wanted to do, and I think is quite reasonable in the scope of how things normally play through at a Congress. But I will shut up there and let Alex say his piece.
Alex has just dropped from the call.
Okay. All right. So the thing is, I guess in general committee protocol, there is a sentiment of, are these amendments substantial compared to the intention of the original motion? And that's normally something that the chair makes a call on. And the safety valve for that is that people can move a dissent of a ruling from the chair. We've normally not gone into that nuance of meeting protocol in the past. But Alex has turned up, so I'll shut up now.
The moment when you try to hit the turn the camera on button and accidentally click 3 buttons over and hit the hang up button instead. I guess I'm of the opinion that we need some sort of additional position statement on 18C, but it needs to be substantively different from the one that we currently have. And that's why I voted the way I did on the PM3 variants yesterday.
Alex, do you want to present a justification for whether 3B and 3C are within the spirit of 4, or whether why they should be? What is potentially new policy has been written overnight? Why that should be allowed?
So I think it's inconsistent to have both PM4 and 3B. PM4 as John had it, on say Friday night. And yesterday we all seemed open to making some modifications to PM4 such that it could be put as a replacement position statement. Indeed, I want to be able to put PM4 in such a form that if both 3B and PM4 pass, there is consistency. Now, you might also say, no, we should just not pass PM4, and that would also achieve consistency, I suppose. But as I've said, I strongly feel like we do need an additional position statement on this issue. Or rather, a position statement on this issue.
Are we able to split out a motion like this between 3B and 3C in any case, or is that not really an option?
Yeah, so that's what I'd like to achieve. I'd like to put some sort of motion that says, if 3B passes, adopt this text as this new position statement. If 3B doesn't pass, replace the existing position statement.
Okay.
Jed
Would you like to read out Jed's comment?
I'll address the second.
Yep. Substantive changes aside, an excessive similarity to the likely removed, the position statement. Adopting either revised PM4 would result in almost doubling the preamble for the freedom of speech policy over a single item of repeal. And all of these versions of PM4 also fall into the trap of considering minorities as the only possible targets of racism, sexism, etc.
Okay, we have 3 ways to go forward. Alex, is there anything final you'd like to say?
Well, I can fix mine with one change, but that's easy enough. Just change those across the world, minorities across the world, to those across the world. Easy peasy.
Final comments.
If we feel like any of the proposed changes to PM4 are too substantive, then I'm going to be in favour of not having anything for a bit and coming back to it, and because I strongly feel like we need a statement on it. I feel like we need to ditch the, hey, we're going to come back to this part of the existing statement. We should probably rename John's variants.
They should be 4B and 4C. Yep.
Yes.
As they're entirely new policy alternative versions of the PM.
As I say, as a backstop, I'm willing to just go with the position statement that I came to the Congress with on Friday, without any modifications or changes.
That PM, that PM is tabled, so it's there. Dave, would you like to read out
Yes.
the last couple of comments from text?
Andrew D, we can write position statements at any time and ratify them at the subsequent Congress or policy meeting. Therefore, we don't absolutely need to do this right now if we consider it too rushed. And from Sean, I consider 3B and 3C excessively similar to the prior position statement, which we just voted to remove. While the idea of adding a reference to either common law protections or existing policy based on the outcome of PM3 is okay, I believe it could have been achieved in a far smaller or less drastic alteration to the wording of the text.
Okay, now I see 3 ways to move forward. The simplest and easiest way is that I make a ruling and then we go with that. I don't want to do that because that's tyrannical. The second option is that we put a formal motion to the floor for the Congress to determine whether it's constitutional to allow 3B and 3C to proceed towards an actual vote. And the third option is to allow the DRC to make a ruling. Anyone can invoke the DRC, but it's my intent that we have a formal motion on Congress to determine the constitutionality of this. So Alex or John, would you like to invoke the DRC?
No, I'm happy to go with whatever you decide, Miles, or if you wish to just put it to the general membership to decide. So I have no need to invoke the DRC. I'm fond of this, but I don't want to turn process upside down either.
And just another comment from Jed, we already have statements that explain our stance on things like 18C in the existing preamble for the freedom of speech policy.
Yeah, honestly, I'd rather just honestly, I'd rather just walk away from this and come back to it. Yeah. Well,
Okay, both of you have the option of withdrawing 3B and 3C as well.
technically, I haven't put anything yet.
Not legally, you haven't.
No. So I'm going to take a step back now, and yeah.
Okay, well, let me see. Is my mic on? Yes. All right. Well, look, I will take the action of withdrawing the 3B and 3C variants and just put my original 18C preamble. So the motion in its original form, which I guess I took to the Congress. So I'm going to completely abandon any modifications. So
now, before you advance that motion, I'd just like to make a note that yesterday, my understanding, which I believe was the consensus, was that PM4, with the repeal of position statement 2020-2, now PM4 would become a new position statement, which would be entitled 2021-1. So,
yes,
John, would you like to advance PM4 now?
Miles, I am happy with that, and I think within what you might call the reasonable confines of committee process, that is changing it slightly. It's no longer a preamble, it's a position statement, but I would say that is certainly within the original scope of the original motion. So, yes, I can move that to text chat. So I'll say motion adopt goodness me, we're going to be
just PM4.
Adopt PM4 as a position statement. There we are. Okay.
And this one will go out to ratification by the party as well in the usual policy amendment process. But yep, carry on.
Okay, there you go. I've typed that out.
Who's tallying the vote?
Place your votes.
I do actually have a small question regarding handling it as that, which is with that particular wording, with adopt PM4 as a replacement position statement, does that mean that if 3B was to fail when sent out to the party for ratification, and PM4 passed, that we would effectively remove the old position statement anyway? Given the wording?
I think that the simplest interpretation would be that PM4 simply becomes a new... the previous PS 2020-2 becomes amended with John's PM4 as the preamble as he intended.
That's my understanding too. And
Yeah.
we've already voted to repeal the position statement anyway.
Because the wording specific, like the wording for the motion, you specified replacement.
Yep. So I'm taking that as I'm taking this motion as both an advancement and as an amendment to what John's written.
Well, I'm happy for you to do that. I think we're all getting confused, but as long as someone knows what's going on, so there you go.
I'm taking this vote as both a vote to advance it and as a vote to amend John's motion to say, instead of insert this in the preamble, say replace what we've got with this.
Well, I would suggest that me, as the person who's moving the motion, can adopt my own, what's the word for it, modifications, or what's the word for a modified motion? Amendment. Accept my own amendments, assuming that they're legal in the context of the meeting. An amendment can be forced on me by moving an amendment and voting, but I can actually just, of my own free will, adopt an amendment to my motion. That's my understanding.
Yep, that's correct.
I would say that it would just mean that 2020-02 and PS 2101 would be the same, and we just have redundant position statements.
Well, we can probably make that clear in the member vote that goes out to say that the two are mutually exclusive, in that we can't not repeal the last one and adopt a new one at the same time.
So, Satch, if we do that, how does one vote to retain the existing statement?
Just by voting against our motion to repeal it from yesterday.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Could we have a count of the votes?
I think this is our closest yet.
So if you vote, Sean, if you vote against 3B and in favour of 4A, then the new text the new text replaces the old text.
Oh.
If you want to keep the old text, you vote against both motions. If you want to get rid of it altogether, then you vote for 3B and against 4. If you
want both,
you can't have both.
Can I step in here? I'm not sure that discussion is relevant. We've closed votes and we need a declaration of the numbers so we can move on.
Miles, I do want to say something before we move on, so please give me that.
Okay, before or after we count the votes?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Well, say it now while we're counting them.
Okay. All right. Well, I can only say, look, I was never planning this thing to be as contentious as it ended up being. I was happy with whatever the party membership decided on for 18C. I just adopted the sentiment that context is everything, and a bit of context really would help whatever position we came up on 18C as far as it being more palatable to the general public. That was certainly my intention. In a sense, I'm saddened by the fact that things have become as contentious as they have been.
The motion passes and we'll advance to the membership. All right, so that finishes the final of our policy motions, and it's 10 minutes past 4, which was the scheduled finish time. Noting that we did start a little bit late yesterday and today, and we went over by an hour yesterday. The only items left on the agenda are the strategy and party direction discussion and similar party improvement proposals. There has been a little bit of this discussion over the weekend in candidate speeches and what have you. However, it hasn't exactly been extensive, and there hasn't been a significant amount of new discussion there. So there's two ways we could go forward. Given that the incoming National Council has been operating, in my opinion, fairly well, we've been fairly productive. We have a clear idea of our strategy, or fairly clear idea of our strategy moving forward. We're all extremely motivated, and in my judgment, the party's been performing well, and we've been growing in the past 6 to 12 months. The idea of having an open strategy discussion is potentially redundant. However, I'd like to offer the option for anyone who wishes to have an open strategy workshop now to discuss the party direction and our strategy moving forwards, whether that's either my digital strategy or an alternative or a modification. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to place a motion to extend Congress by, I'm going to say 1 hour, in order to have a general strategy discussion. And I we'll leave it up to everyone else to decide collectively whether this is a productive use of our time before the end of Congress. Everyone is free to obviously vote for or against this motion. And I'll invite any comments on this motion now. Do we have any comments or questions or suggestions? Noting, and remember that if you don't like this idea, just vote against it. There's still extensive discussion in chat about what's happening with the actual module.
It's all right, I'll stop now.
Just hold your votes, Sean. Just hold your votes for a moment. I'm not seeing any comments. All right, so I'm going to start the vote then. 3 minutes starting 4:11. The motion is to extend by 1 hour to hold a general strategy discussion. I am surprised and pleased at the enthusiasm behind these votes. Some are even all in capitals.
It's always fun when things get a bit lively instead of all the dry stuff.
Yeah. So during this if this motion sort of should pass, during the upcoming session there will be no policy talk. It will be strategy talk, unless you're talking about policy as an extension of strategy, or internal policy about how the party operates. Question, Mandrake?
No, I was just doing, a sweat wipe.
You want to get out of here, Miles? Is that why you've abstained?
No, I'm abstaining because it's my own motion.
Oh,
Some
sorry.
believe in integrity.
Yes.
Dave.
Sorry. Yes, of course. Yes. Yeah. I'm just joking.
There's no room for humor in bureaucracy.
But it's still always funny. Well, sometimes funny.
You know what? I'm not even going to count that. I'm just going to unit that as carried without dissent.
Dave, have you seen Brazil, the Terry Gilliam movie?
No, I don't think so. Where can I find it?
It's on the internet. Dave, that's where you can find it.
I know.
It's very good.
I do remember one of the lines from that film. They've gone metric on us again, right?
What a concept.
All right, I'll give it a little bit more time, just in case anyone has been missed.
All right. You mean the 1985 film?
It was quite old, yeah. Was that when it was made? 1985?
According to Google, yeah, if I'm looking at the right one. Sci-fi fantasy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, dystopian sci-fi. Yeah, it's very good.
All right.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you.
John's acquired a wine.
Let's close votes there.
Nice.
Okay, so
Indeed,
that passes.
I have red wine, not rum, but well, there you go. Anyway.
He's a different kind of pirate, John is.
Well, I must say, I am very progressive. I will even drink wine from Western Australia. So there you go.
Shock horror.
Wow.
We have the best stuff down here. All the best Australian wine is made in South Australia.
Actually, that's probably I would like. Maybe I should get at least my brasserie mead. Maybe not. I don't really feel like taking alcohol at this point. Although it'd be nice.
Moving on. Let's get this. Let's get this workshop on the road. So, I've spoken a lot about my own digital strategy, and I hope the concept is fairly clear to everyone, along with the context and the rationale for it. But there are other forms of strategy or direction we could take the party in. So I want to open the floor. Seeing as there's potentially quite a lot of people who want to speak, let's move to a Let's move to a request to speak process now. So if anyone wants to speak, please identify so through chat, or obviously just place your comments into text. So who'd like to open the discussion?
Well, Miles, I would say
John,
that
yep.
one of the challenges facing the party is it would be lovely to actually get registered in time to actually face the next election as a registered party. So I think that should be a goal, but whether there are ways of reaching it, I don't know. But by golly, it would be nice to get registration back.
I agree. Based on our progress with the phone banking, it was my... I felt like that was an unachievable goal within the timeline. And so I came to that opinion about 6 months ago when the phone banking was going on. It's since stopped, but we could absolutely restart phone banking. And there's nothing to suggest we couldn't give that a go.
Now, another thing, I know Alex is there, and look, we touched on this very briefly in the Treasurer's report, but I know that Alex was actually making Facebook posts, and he said that those Facebook posts were generating some interest and some degree of new members coming in. So, you know, in a natural sense, it would be lovely if we somehow made a splash in the outside world, the mainstream media, that somehow drew attention to the party, which then meant that people became members. So, you know, of course, it's easy to say that, you know, filling in the missing gaps, I guess, is harder.
Dave, do you want to read out those comments from text?
Yep. Okay, so we've got Alex, I think, is the most recent. Yep. I will note that re-registration is easier than running as an independent. So, yes, if we can get the numbers up, that's going to be better all around. Or running as independents, rather. So, who's got a strategy?
Does anyone have any?
Sorry,
John.
Okay, well, I know Miles was talking about what strategy do we use, and I suggest that, in a sense, we can use a scattergun approach where, you know, good luck to Miles, you will continue your particular digital strategy. I'll continue my approach of trying to make speeches. I think Alex was talking about merchandise, T-shirts, badges, and so on. And in a sense, we can pursue all those strategies in parallel. There's going to be rare cases when there's conflict. We only have so much money to go around. We have to choose where to spend it. Or there's communal people and they can only do so much at a time. And, okay, then you're going to have conflict. But if various people are just charging off into the woods in their own way, in their own direction, and, you know, it doesn't affect other people, there's nothing wrong with running multiple approaches as people are motivated to do that. So I think, Miles, you seem to be suggesting an either-or strategy. I just say continue with your digital approach. Good luck to you. Maybe Alex will do his Facebook posts and his badges and T-shirts and so on. I'll continue to do my speeches. Maybe other people will come up with other things. But, you know, I don't think it's a case of, you know, us having to pick and choose between the different strategies. We can do all of them and hope for the best at the end of the day.
And just a comment from Sean, I maintain that it's important to find a way to extend our reach to 2+ degrees of separation in some way, potentially organising some involvement with unaffiliated popular media personalities involved in digital rights, cryptocurrency, or IP criticism.
I would say I have reached out to Stilgarian, and I think he has actually promoted some of our events. But in a sense, Stilgarian seems to give us what you might call nominal support. He's never really come on board in any meaningful way. I guess there's Digital Rights Watch. It would be lovely if, rather than us promoting Digital Rights Watch events, somehow they could be bothered to give us them love, but that seems not to be happening. So the thing is not just to have links, but to somehow have the groups we have links with actually feed goodwill into us. And I don't know what the missing ingredient is there.
I just have a comment regarding the merchandising. One thing we could try, at least, because they're very, very cheap to set up if we go through an existing store like Etsy or something like that, is we could set up a merch store for pirates. That would also attract a much wider field of potential buyers who not only pay for our merchandise instead of us having to pay for it out of pocket, but will then walk around promoting pirates in some way or another. So I think that could be something we can consider as well. And a couple of comments from Alex. I don't think DRW can usefully formally support us without comprising the reason for their existence. I have been looking into drop shipping. Oh, yeah, the last one. Yeah.
What is drop shipping, gentlemen?
Just direct from wholesale manufacturer to the end buyer. So no middlemen, no retail layers, or just raw wholesale.
Very good. That's the wonderful promise of the internet, delivering better outcomes for us all. All we have to do is give offerings at the temple of capitalism, and all will be fine. There you go.
Well, I can just see, like, so some of the pirate shirts we've had, particularly the one with the old cassette tape. Somebody had one on the call earlier.
I was waving that around. Yes.
Yes. I've actually lost mine. I think somewhere moving from Brisbane to Adelaide. It's probably in a box, but I really miss it. And shirts like that, I can see being rather popular amongst like-minded people, and they don't have to necessarily explicitly link back to us, but just getting the idea out there would certainly help, I think. Plus, we can make a few bucks on the side for like towards our funds.
Do we have any volunteers to take over merchandising? Or perhaps we could set up a committee to handle merchandising.
Probably a committee.
Because we have the funds for it. We just need the organisation to actually do it.
I'm happy to help, but I don't have anything like that set up myself just at the moment.
Okay. I'm conscious Alex already has a pretty big workload.
Well, I think Roger did put up his hand as far as merchandising goes, so I can see that perhaps Roger's wanting to be involved in that. So there you go. But anyway, the other thing I do think, one of the things that Digital Rights Watch and a lot of other groups do is they do hold these regular discussion forums. And I don't know how it is or why it is, but they seem to attract a lot of interest. And actually, I should be fair, Miles puts on his events and they attract a moderate amount of interest. But I guess the sad lesson is that maybe Miles has said this already, but if we have external speakers from outside of the Pirate Party, then that attracts a lot more interest. And that's going past the 2 degrees of separation, because yes, they would be affiliate groups in some sense who would have something in common with us, but we're still reaching out beyond the regular Pirate Party realm by inviting guests that are not Pirate Party, but sort of aligned with the Pirate Party, I guess. And certainly Miles has been doing that, and perhaps that's something that I imagine will continue.
I've been doing quite a lot of networking, and there's been a lot of other figures in the history of the party who've been networking to attempt to get high-profile support. It's difficult. The way to do it would be to attempt to attract them with having things they're likely to support. So the way to do that is by holding events and, again, creating content. I think that's ultimately what it comes down to. So as long as we've got people creating high-quality content, then we actually have something for influential people to endorse.
And just another comment from Sean. A potential option would be negotiating discussions or interviews with channels that have related topics. Example, Naomi Brockwell. Her outlook is more lib right-leaning than ours in many ways, but she's Australian and regularly posts videos with tens or sometimes hundreds of thousands of views relating to matters of privacy, cryptocurrency, censorship, and online security. Yeah, end comment, and yeah, I like it.
Well, actually, look, if I can actually be sufficiently organised with the endorsement of everybody, I'll reach out to her because, as you know, as everybody knows, I host a community radio show, and some people say I do these things well. So, yeah, I'll reach out to her because the thing is, Naomi Brockwell, there's two possibilities. One, that she's interested in shooting people down and having fun. And the other one is that maybe she wants to interview a diverse range of people with a diverse range of views because that adds to her show. I don't know which one, but the other possibility I've found with some public figures is they're absolutely saturated, so it's actually hard to move in on them and actually get them to pay attention to you. But we'll see. I'm willing to run with Naomi Brockwell anyway, if people are happy for me to reach out.
It's promotion, so we don't have to endorse someone by appearing on their show, and we can make it clear which positions we disagree with them. So, by all means, please do consider people to reach out to. Roger, did you want to present something? Also, someone's got quite a lot of background noise.
Yeah, cool. Have I got audio?
Yes. Yes, you do.
Awesome. Yeah, I just thought. So one of the things that that I was doing over the last little while was putting together a bit of a document, mostly for myself, on some thoughts on how to improve our stance as a party. It's linked on my nomination page as well, and I'll chuck it in a link in the chat as well. I might, rather than, I won't try and do a screen share because I think we're back to small windows, which is fine. But one of the things that might be useful, they're not exactly necessarily pieces that would be doable straight away, but might help to structure a conversation, because there's a couple of little chunks. So maybe if I go through one at a time and we can open up the floor on a particular topic. One of them was obviously merchandising, which is great because everyone's keen on that. Hey.
Yep.
Sorry for interrupting. I was saying I
You're
can go back to the focus with everyone along the side and bottom, so you can share.
Okay, sure.
I'll do that. Don't need that.
And Miles, that movie Brazil from 1985, even though it's old, it's still not free. Everyone's charging for it still, so it must be good, or at least popular. So back to the Pirate Bay I go. I pay for my streaming services, but when they can't deliver, got to have alternatives. Yeah.
Also, your presentation is up. Your video isn't just yet because of moving it over.
But that's cool. So the first thing I had on here, and this this came down to when we were talking around the different policies that we've got as a party, and that some are obviously, they seem to take a little bit of precedence. You still okay, Mandrake? Get your hand up.
Yeah, I was just saying, without your face on the stream, or at least me enabling your camera, you weren't getting any audio.
All right.
So just remember that.
Cool. So you have to see my face to hear my voice.
Not exactly. I'm just gonna have to render your video in the browser on OBS before I can hear you. As in,
Cool.
if John and Alex wants to speak, they can. They can do that right now.
So, what I was saying with this, I'll go through just the different sections and maybe just open it up to the floor. We can continue talking about the different sections. The first thing that I had in mind was, given the size of our platform and the number of different policies in there, is potentially breaking them up into almost a different, like a hierarchy of policies that we're keen on. We've obviously got core policies that are the fundamentals of the Pirate Party, both in Australia and the international movement. We're all pretty keen on those around freedom of speech, civil and digital liberties, privacy and being anonymous, government transparency, and all those kinds of things. So they're kind of core. I think we're sort of leaning towards policies like the UBI with a negative income tax as being a pretty substantial policy within the party. And then we've got a whole bunch of other ones that are important, but they're probably not the ones that we're going to go and talk to people about at like build-ups to elections, things like that. Is that something that might be an interesting task to take on within the party? And what's the views of the group on that?
I think, as we were talking earlier, that they are definitely core issues, but we already have pretty good outreach and coverage within the tech community. So I believe that our main purpose is seeking other avenues to reach beyond our industry and get out to people that aren't so technically minded.
Yeah, agree. So in that case, would it be worthwhile as an activity by the party to select potentially a few, maybe 2 or 3 like key major policies that aren't purely our little digital niche, but are more user friendly for the greater population? That might be an easier way for the party to get like non-techie supporters. I definitely think UBI is one of those at the moment.
Yep, definitely. That it's gaining traction, and more people are aware of it. Also, many other parties have strong policies around UBI. So, yeah, that's. It should be good.
The Pirate Party is starting to develop UBI, but I think they've got a flat tax without a threshold. And let's also be clear, our universal basic income policy is, technically speaking, it's a guaranteed minimum income. It's not a universal basic income, because you get it if you need it, sort of thing. There's a certain amount of means testing built in, while some styles of UBI, you get a wad of cash regardless. So I think the Science Party's gone with more of a flat tax and a flat payment regardless of your circumstances. So it is a bit different. But let's also say, look, if we develop enough affinity with a science party, maybe we want to merge. I wonder if I should duck and run. But anyway, I'll shut up now.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've got
Mandrake,
some.
you've got your hand.
Yeah.
I can't hear Mandrake.
I'm not
anyone else
getting.
hear?
No, Mandrake, you're muted.
Oops, sorry, I mean, maybe you should be sharing the browser window, maybe? I'm just thinking, that's all. That's fine.
Sure. Is that going to be any different, except that you won't get my pop-ups?
You won't get the pop-ups, nor the Discord, and all that. That's all. It shouldn't matter much. I was just thinking if it might look a bit better.
Cool. Let's see. Let's go over. I'll make it even better. I'll chuck it into here. Nah. Well, where's my other window? No. Window. Cool. Is that better?
Yeah, it looks like it. Just let me copy it. Let me bring it over.
Cool. Yeah, so we've got some really good policies, and I know Miles said no policy talk, so maybe we should skip over that one. But it's more rather than specific policy talk, working into bringing them into groups so that we've got, and not that we can't. I'm not saying like don't talk about any of the other ones, but it might be good to focus on a few key ones to take out to the population to say this is the other stuff that the pirates are up to, not just our digital and privacy work.
You mean in terms of a targeted promotional campaign towards specific demographics or platforms, or to tie into certain campaigns and groups?
Yeah, it could absolutely target different things to different markets. Probably shouldn't say markets. Sorry, I'm still consulting land. But yeah, absolutely. So we could target different things. I think we have a lot of groups out there, and we've talked a bit earlier on as well about engaging other groups. And it's one of the things that I've put in here as well. We don't necessarily need to limit our discussions with groups that we want to affiliate with and ones who are going to support us. But it would be good to be able to talk to other groups that have a position of interest, right? So say if we develop a really solid environment policy that we're all really happy about, we could take that to groups that are interested in environmental sustainability and wellness and things like that, and say, hey, this is what the Pirate Party is doing around environment, and we might be able to get some sort of support from that without necessarily asking directly. John, put your hand up.
Let's say, good luck to you if you can pull that one off. I'm not complaining, but let me tell you from my own experience as a political candidate, I found that pursuing let's say climate issues is sort of like a waste of time, because people have this thing of shopping for the one party that ticks all their boxes most dramatically, and then they go, oh, well, you pirates don't do X, Y, Z, so we'll go with this other Green Party. and I've noticed what you might call policy shopping on one crucial element. Now, I'd like to think the Pirate Party has a more general appeal, and there's this basket of policies and basket ideas that will appeal to people that where a basket ideas will appeal to them. But I have noticed that pursuing green issues in an election tends to be a pointless task because you'll just be trumped by the people who have more dramatic environmental policies than you. That's the reality from my point of view. But having said that, by all means, prove me wrong. If someone can prove me wrong, I'll buy them a beer,
My response to that would be if our policies aren't green enough, then there's something wrong with our policies.
All right, here I will be narky. Over the last few years, people spent time developing a job guarantee policy rather than updating our environmental policies. That's the most narky thing I've said this weekend, and maybe it will be the most one. We'll see. Couldn't help.
John, I put forward a massive amendment to our environmental policy in the federal election. I think it's there, but there's been updates since in the advocacy sector from AILA. They've got there's new elements which we could be incorporating.
Well, from my point of view, what happens is you get the third parties that go through all the, let's say they might be doing green climate change policies, and they'll have this matrix of all the different policies. And I tell you, in the past, the Pirate Party haven't ended up that well in those matrices, even though you could actually say we've got good climate policies. But, that's the sort of simplification that happens in the outside world. And I got not just narky about job guarantee, but I got narky to the point where I said, what you guys are doing is making us less enthusiastic about climate policy, so good bloody luck to you. Anyway, there you go. Maybe I've had too much wine.
Just a comment from Morph, I suppose I should read out. I guess the circles I move in, they'd be interested in supporting live music or alternative transport such as cycling. I think their eyes would glaze over if I started reading about UBI.
Yeah, so it's not about having a single policy, right? Like we need to have a couple of...
It's part of our more broader creative policies. And you can actually take it to people who in live music. I mean, who knows, maybe Greens or Labor have run with that policy too, but I think we're one of the first people to say, let's put some active tax incentives in to support live music. So it was one of our things.
And just a couple more comments from the online. Deadbeat says, as a non-techie myself, I was attracted to PPAU primarily for the negative income tax, MMT, and the concern for civil rights and free speech. I'm agnostic on the patents and copyright stuff, although I understand the importance of not allowing big corporations to acquire and hold intellectual property. I also appreciate the fact that pirate politics allows one to be a lefty without also being a dogmatist, censor, no platformer, etc.
Yeah.
Yes, lovely comment. And also one from Andrew D. That list approach works with us for us in our core areas like privacy, where we get matched well against the Australian Privacy Foundation's checklist. Stream shouldn't be dropping frames.
No, it shouldn't be. Definitely not on my end. So it is a little... maybe I need to do lower the quality a bit.
So for the in the interest of time, I might move on to some of the other things I've gotten here and encourage anyone who's interested to view my ramblings to jump on that document and have a look, and we can continue talking about it outside of Congress. One of the things, engage the membership. I think this might be, Alex, if I'm on some sort of blocked email list, I seemed a little bit concerned that there was no communications coming out from the party other than Discord, but maybe that's my email thing. But I think maybe a cleaner option to the mailing lists and things would be useful. Enable people to sign up directly from their membership sign-ups, because obviously we don't want to just blanket spam people who sign up as members if they don't actually opt in to be communicated to. But that might help with things like communicating with local events and whatnots, which I think has been, by the sounds of things, a problem with in the past. I'm pretty keen on local chapters. This becomes more relevant in a physical world, which is probably a post-COVID world. But organising smaller groups, I think Fred, you were pretty keen on that by the sounds of things too, doing little local hookups. What's the party's view currently, and people on the call around in-person meetups and smaller groups?
Alex and I were organising them in Queensland for years, and they've actually, and before that it was Brandon and Liam and I here in Brisbane, going back to 2011, and we've probably got the longest running local meetups. Sydney was going for a long time as well, and there was some in Melbourne too, and Tasmania had a very long-standing one as well. But after activity started sort of slumping after the 2013 election, some of the in-person meetings kind of stopped happening. So in Tassie, they burnt out because they had a strong core of veteran members, but they just kind of burnt out after 2013. And Melbourne didn't last very long at all. Sydney was sort of going along, and they had a few sporadic meetups from my understanding, not regular ones. In Brisbane, what ended up happening was that Alex and I would, or Brandon and Alex and I would do regular meetups, but it'd almost always be just the three of us. Sometimes there'd be someone else, maybe one, maybe even two people apart from us turn up, but usually just be us three. And so that we're already sort of organising and doing stuff online. We were promoting these on multiple platforms. We had a meetup group going. We're promoting on Facebook and Twitter, but we didn't have the reach. We didn't have the exposure. People, we weren't, and it wasn't necessarily being productive either. Like we'd be there to sort of chat with interested people who turn up, which happened maybe one person a month or one person every couple of months it averaged out to. So in terms of time effectiveness, it wasn't there.
Yeah.
And that was a big motivator for me to push things online, because I could go up there and I might only get 10 or 20 views on a video, but that's 10 or 20 times more reach than our in-person meetups, and for less effort, for absolutely less effort. So if the numbers are there, then absolutely go for an in-person meetup. But for us, the numbers weren't there.
Yep, makes sense. Anyone else? Thoughts?
I suppose I should read out anything marked as comment or question, so I'll do that now. Sean says, is it possible to inject ourselves into mainstream media shows on the topics of art and tech? Example, when there are ABC interviews trying to educate people about arts and culture and copyright, can we try to finagle a place to include an IP critical view when discussing these materials, leveraging the desire and requirement for neutrality of the content? Alex, yeah, there are some list issues which we need to look at, referring back to Andrew's comment earlier. And another one from Alex, we desperately need more in-person groups despite our failed efforts, because we need them for election logistics. And also, yeah, I don't know how to get people to show up IRL, but we'll never be truly successful until we master it.
Yeah, it does become useful almost as practice, right, leading up to an election, given that elections are kind of an in-person and based on an electorate area. Interesting. But I'm also really keen as well, that comment around engaging other groups. I think that's come up a couple of times in this afternoon's chat as well. I think that's really a really useful thing to do, and I think goes both ways. Absolutely, bring people into the party to interview or have on, like, just to talk about things, but also try and get some party people onto other shows and groups. It's a good idea.
And comment from Jed, judging by university experience, the trick to getting people to turn up IRL is handing out free food. And yes, of course, all of those groups I used to attend, they all gave free pizza. So.
Could I also add in other joke? Isn't it not just free food, but free? Let's see. Alcohol, as much as it really blurs the mind.
Usually not in the meetings themselves. I'm referring to mainly tech meetups that we used to have surrounding various technology stacks, and they were generally held in Brisbane offices and no alcohol in them. So we'd have pizza, but then afterwards we'd all go to the pub. So yes, there was a bit of a drawing card for the social aspect as well as the food.
Yeah, I suppose free food would be the option.
And having a group of people to drink with afterwards, that's much better than going to the pub by yourself.
Yeah.
So are we all in favour of adopting that as part of official party strategy? Pizza? Free pizza?
Thanks.
We'd have a budget for state-based promotion. So if state coordinators want to propose a budget, come before the NC, and we can discuss it and authorise it.
Something I've mentioned previously, but it hasn't been tried in years, as far as I'm aware, is the old university campus promotions during O Week, because I'm pretty sure it's fairly open. There would be some cost involved in getting an area to set up, I should imagine. But I'm not sure how much it would cost. But I'm guessing a lot of these people, depending on what they're studying, which campus it is, it could be a really good outreach for us.
And Young Pirates was another thing that I was interested in discussing, which leads into that, right? Like how do we go about getting young voters?
And Alex just commented
with universities the barrier. So I've looked into this recently, and Alex has as well a while ago. The barrier isn't money. The barrier is critical mass to getting involved at unis. So we've been putting up posters at the University of Queensland and not QUT for a while, but we might have. But until we can actually get a large enough group of students at those universities interested, then it's going to be similar to the in-person meetups outside of the unis, where we'll be trying to break in with very little to sort of attract people to what we're trying to ask for. Yeah, so so like Sean said, it needs to be student led.
All right. Okay. Yeah, things have changed. It's been almost 20 years since I attended uni. So, I've only been on campus to attend special events since then. Never during O Week. So, you'd have a much better grasp on how things work currently.
Yeah. We'd probably have to start getting some that are actually on the campuses would be nice, because, as I said, while I'm close to two campuses where I work, I don't think it's nowhere near any of the main campuses, and I don't know, and also not to mention the other thing to add to my current position as a member of the civil service.
It certainly used to be very, very open. I can recall my O Week, and they had absolutely everything, an entire smorgasbord from from like legit campus groups all the way through to cults and weird religious sects and things like that. So I'm guessing they couldn't have all been student led. They were just there to recruit. But obviously things have been more tightly regulated since then.
Cool. B scene, that's really around the merchandising and having a plan. Yeah. So that's pretty much what I was, all of my stuff. So I'll stop sharing and we can carry on with other discussion.
There's a comment from Alex. I mean, you can walk around with a sign or whatever, but expect security to shut you down. Yes, I imagine so, but you wouldn't be able to go in and actually set up a stall as was O Week back in my experience.
One thing which I've noticed is that there are student notice boards which are rarely or never really policed except for illegal or obscene material. So if you can find the right notice boards, then sometimes stuff there can last quite a while. It's a bit of a wild west on some of those, and you won't necessarily. Other students will come up and put posters over yours, so it's worth checking in on those periodically. So that's one thing we've been doing at UQ, which seems to be working.
Are you both at UQ, are you?
Yep.
Cool.
I'll be back in a moment. It's time to pour a beer.
I don't know if it's a jump from the subject. I was thinking regarding this social get-together and stuff like that. If when we obtain critical mass with people, that we could break it up a little bit in different topics, because it might be that when we are enough people, not everybody is interested in UBI or economy talk or fly fishing. So we can break it up in different topics.
Okay, a couple more comments. Alex, yes, notice boards are part of the general more people putting up posters line. And Sean says the biggest clubs at UOM were young political groups of various parties, religious organisations and faculty organisations, all student-led. And then there were some smaller interest groups which I was involved with, which is what I was involved with, sorry. And I'm doing the pirate life thing. That's all reversed, but it's pirate life.
Do we have anyone who's interested in doing some local organising in your local area? So, Roger, for example, are you interested in organising some Brisbane in-person meetups?
Yeah, I'm keen to do some meet and greets. Once lockdown's lifted again. But yeah, definitely can help coordinate that. Is it easy enough at the moment to get an idea of which members are in which organisation based on our membership database that we can let know?
You mean which members are in which state?
Oh, yes.
Yes, sort of. That's an Alex question. We've cleared some of the hurdles for that, but cleared some of the privacy hurdles for that rather. But there are still actually technical hurdles. We don't, as my understanding is, the scripts are partially set up.
Well, I'd also point out that I do go along to Speaker's Corner in Sydney from time to time, and I've tried to turn that into a bit of a pirate gathering. So if you are a Sydney member, get in touch. And once COVID, the lockdown drops and we can get along to the art gallery, it would be good to have a bit of a pirate party gathering along with that. So there's an option there in Sydney anyway.
I think the problem there, Miles, is that our secretary is the only person that can view this data in a raw state, if I understand it correctly. So I don't think he can just
You just write a script.
Yeah, I understand that, but he can't give it to either of us to do so because we're not allowed access to raw.
No, but if anyone knows the structure of the database,
Oh yeah, if he can give us,
and we've got a test database, then anyone could write a
oh
script.
yeah, yeah.
And then Alex could take that and just write.
If he can just mock out the data for us and give us the structure, then yeah.
We actually had a member email in last night offering to join the programming team, and I'd be surprised if there's anyone active in Congress who isn't a coder at this point. Maybe there's a couple of people who were sort of like did it a few years ago and are pretty rough about it, but I'm pretty sure all of us here know
some degree of coding. Yeah.
Yeah, either some or quite a lot.
Yep.
So we've got the technical expertise there. It's just Alex described it as a bit depth. No, sorry, a bus depth problem, I think, where everything is limited to going through him at the moment because of the privacy requirements and the sysadmin thing as well. Which is why I've been encouraging Alex to limit his commitments and focus on delegating stuff where he can, so we can resolve some of these technical bottlenecks.
And now he has a deputy.
And yes, addresses are always complicated, Alex. No matter, throughout my enterprise experience, addresses have always been a sticking point. No matter how much you try to mandate it, you'll still end up with things in weird formats, unstandard formats, and even Google can struggle if you just paste it into their API. So, there's no silver spoon solution for the problem. I mean, I've got some pretty good address passes, but yeah, nothing perfect that I'm aware of.
So it might not help for the current members in the database, but potentially adding some optional fields to these sign-up forms to allow people, if they so desire, to add additional information, such as a state, so you don't have to go to the degree of address. I don't know if we really need to keep addresses, but as long as we've got a state, then we know we can target that contact detail to say, hey, there's an event if you want to show up.
Realistically, we'll need more than that. We'd probably need a postcode as well because West Australia and Queensland are massive.
Sure.
Northern Territory is huge as well, and if you're in Sydney, which most of our New South Wales members are, they're not going to organise in-person meetups with country New South Wales. We had volunteers in rural New South Wales running around volunteering, and they were getting invitations to the in-person meetups to Sydney at least once or twice from what I heard. So that's not a huge problem, but it complicates things, and if there's ways we can avoid that, that'd be ideal. Mandrake, you want to say something?
You're on mute, buddy. Mandrake, you're on mute.
I was just saying, we probably want to make sure if we, instead of a state, a regional area, and even then, there are certain big communities that you probably don't want to go completely in there because you know that they're too close. For example, of course, for example, if a pirate lives in Albury, they'd want to work with those who live in Wodonga anyway. You know, it's just across the Murray River. Or in some of those related areas, like for example, for us, or if we go bigger, I'm just trying to think of, well, obviously, a pirate living in Tweed, and again, a small one, pirate living in Tweed, is probably more closely linked to the Queensland community, right? Even if occasionally some of those Queenslanders might go down, or the Tweed might go down to Northern Rivers. But Tweed is more Gold Coast than even if it is in the Northern Rivers area, technically. And I suppose if we're doing country New South Wales, of course, anyone in Yancown-Winner County, well, they may catch XPTs to a New South Wales based meet. They might culturally, whatever, want to go to Adelaide, well, not Adelaide, but more of a northern South Australian meet, which probably would be, if we're picking a location common enough, might be Port Augusta or Whyalla. But even then, that's going to be a big journey.
Just responding to Alex regarding a fortnightly "here's what we're up to" email. Is that something that could just be made part of the NC for our fortnightly meetings, if assuming we're going to move back to fortnightly meetings? Because it seems that it's something we should have some degree of oversight on, and we could just make that the last task we finish up our meetings with.
That's not a bad idea. Yeah. The emails are limited in terms of what they can actually achieve. We found that out during the 2018-2019 election, where we were sending out emails constantly, but we just didn't get the engagement from them. Members read them, but same with the meetups. We'd send out emails about meetups, but they just didn't get responded to, except rarely. The problem is, so with the eternal mailing list, it's member engagement, sure, which is nice, but it's not actually attracting new members, and it's not actually inspiring new members to do anything. So yes, it's another way to reach out, but in terms of what's actually had positive feedback effects, it's stuff like actual events that we're organizing, more so than just social events like turn up and have drinks in a pub.
I think intent is really critical there, isn't it, Miles? Like, it's great to have the communications, it's great to have all of this engagement, but if there's no intention behind it, if there's no actual reason or call to action, then it becomes quite easy just to read and forget, as opposed to actually participating.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I mean, for sure, once an election is announced, there's a certain energy that suddenly arrives and everybody gets a lot keener. But one of the problems is in the lead up to election, that's where really prior planning really does help you. But it's very hard to be motivated before the election has been announced. But, you know, let's say, yes, my experience, and I'm sure other people have experienced it too, you're just flapping around, and then suddenly once an election is organised, a whole lot of people get a whole lot more motivated than they were previously. And I guess that's what Roger's saying about intention. You know, that's probably a relative of that concept.
And just looking at my own member area on Pirate Party, something we could look at doing. It might take a little bit of work, but setting up some extra fields around contact details for members to specify their preferred means of contact, because we pretty much just default to email and phone number at the present, and we're not actively linking into their social media profiles and other areas where a lot of people are spending more of their time now. Is that something we could look at?
Yeah, I think so. I agree that the email is a good idea, not just in principle but in practice. I'm just saying that in terms of what's sustainable, that fell down as a priority. We over the last few years we have been sending out emails at a rate of every couple of months, usually. So one of the internal policies I put in place in the last year was that all press releases also need to be bounced out as to our member mailing list. As I'd always just assumed that was already happening, that our press releases were also going to members, but no, they never were. And I only found out last year, and so straight away I thought, okay, well, we've got to be sending that out. Members have to know what the announcements that we're making as a matter of policy. They have to know that we're taking official stances on things.
Yes. Nice.
Okay, we're getting close to 5:15. I'm conscious that discussion has slowed down a little bit. So there is one final item which I've been reminded we do need to formally make a decision on, which is the location of next year's Congress. So our previous 2 years, last year we went online for the first time, and it was a success. This year, I believe, was also a big success in terms of participation. This year has been probably the biggest for a number of years. It's difficult to tell because since going online, we stopped formally tracking attendance. It was just kind of a drop-in, drop-out thing. And so, whereas from 2019 and earlier, we did formally, in-person congresses, we did formally check attendance. So obviously there are still some tweaks to be made for our processes for an online congress. But on the whole, I think it in combination with the surge in growth in the last 6 to 9 months, has overall been a positive. So I'm going to suggest that for 2022, we hold Congress online again, unless anyone wants to volunteer to hold an in-person Congress. I have the funding and the logistical capacity to do it in person. Oh yeah, Alex has also made a comment. There's a lot of people who RSVP to the Eventbrite but don't show up, so there are definitely tweaks to be made. Eventbrite, again, seems a little redundant, but it's a form of, it is a form of promotion. And it is also one of those old party traditions which lasts from the in-person Congress days. So does anyone want to advocate for an in-person Congress next year? Otherwise, I'm going to suggest, especially with COVID still as an ongoing risk, I'm going to suggest that we hold next year online too.
Agreed.
Yep, thirded.
This is it,
Yeah,
Nine.
agreeing as well.
93.
Kind of swamped here with, yeah, you know what I mean?
So it sounds like then that we've got a general interest to hold Congress online.
And just a comment from Sean, I think some kind of physical interaction with party members is important, not necessarily an in-person congress, but there being some kind of meet space reminder of the party, hence my early discussion of potential physical newsletters. And I did give that some thought. I was considering having individual members mail out to the other local members and things like that. But again, we start hitting up our privacy policy issues with doing so. I mean, in terms of broader promotion, we could just do basic letter drops. I mean, if every pirate just dropped a home printed letter thing in their streets, then that alone would probably dragnet a few new interests.
I have actually suggested doing that. That is something that's happened during the election. We've had candidates go out and do that during the election as well. It's not, in terms of bang for your buck, it's not potentially not the most effective, but it is an alternative way of doing things. Someone mentioned a mail out earlier, actually, and that it would be expensive. And I actually happen to know some figures for that, as one of our local elected members, he actually made a post about the cost of doing that. A Greens councillor actually here in Brisbane, the Greens councillor in Brisbane, for a suburb with approximately 50,000. 250,000, I don't know, very, very dense inner city electorate. For a single mail out, it was something like $25,000 for that. So in terms of a mail out, the best we could do is over a very, very small inner city area or a small regional area, and that would drain the bank account completely.
Yes, I was thinking localizing it to the point of having individual party members who actually have a printer at home, just printing out a standard leaflet. So that would defer just a couple of bucks in cost to each member. I mean, a decent printer is going to run you a few cents per page, depending on ink and all that, but. Yeah, something like that. And if everyone just dropped it in a few letterboxes, then I don't know. I can. It certainly works with other business models, and I get a lot of junk in the mail. I don't generally respond to it, but if it is something I'm interested in, then I will look into it. So I think it can have some positive impact, or it could be effective. But yeah. What do you guys think? Mm-hmm. Have you ever responded to junk mail?
I read all the political advertising I get from all parties.
Well, there you go. I'm sure there'd be a lot of other people who would do similar. So, yeah.
I got a local mail drop back in the day when I was younger, advertising a local covers band that was like Metallica, like Creed, like Slayer, and then it turned out to be a church group. Bastards suck me in.
Wow.
But yeah, I responded to that. It was, yeah.
Yeah, that's been a business move for a lot of bands over the past few decades. If you can't make it in the mainstream, just go Christian, and you've got an instant audience.
Yes.
Christian rock, so good.
Yep.
Oh yes, the more moral alternative to worship all those, for example, rock bands that worship Old Nick, aka the devil.
Okay, let's bring this back on target.
Sorry,
because there's some good discussion there, but yeah, we are over the time. Thanks, Morph. So just realised that. So let's put this to a motion then.
Striper weren't actually bad. I listened to some Striper. Yeah, they were pretty on point.
So, Dave, just to go back to what you were suggesting with the leaflet drops, yeah, it's not a bad idea, I think the cost is in member energy and time, because it is extremely time consuming and energetic, like door knocking as well, but door knocking has the additional complex, the initial emotional and social energy factor, which is pretty difficult. Also requires good social skills too, which is something that a lot of people actually don't have and does have to be trained.
Well, Miles, I would say if someone wants to do this of their own initiative, we shouldn't stop them. But yeah, there's a bit of an issue with people exhorting other people to do it. I suppose that's a subtlety to my way of thinking.
It's definitely an option, and we can definitely support it too. I'm just saying that don't go into it expecting that you'll be able to go out and hit the streets every Sunday for a nice little bit of leaflet dropping. I've done it before. It's hugely tiring.
Yes, just a comment from Sean. I was talking more about mail-outs to party members specifically. Even just an annual newsletter to remind them of their connection to the party might do wonders. Perhaps in the lead up to or immediately after Congress, talking about proposed policy updates, information from everyone, and reminding them to respond to the email about ratification. And that's end comment, but just on my behalf, I think we have discussed that, and it may be cost prohibitive.
Well, maybe you don't want to do it too often, but maybe we could do it as a once-a-year thing. But I guess it's a matter of saying how much does it cost and what's our budget like and yada, yada, yada. So, but yeah, maybe it deserves a bit more thought.
I think it could make sense, assuming we can afford it.
We do have money in the bank account.
I know.
Yeah.
But do we really want to
absolutely spend it on state promotion? We just need state coordinators to step up and come to us with a plan and say this is what we want to do, and then we'll put the money towards that.
Well, Alex notes it's $1 a letter, and I think it's actually gone up to $1.10 or something like that. But let's say we've got 400 members, it's going to cost us $450 to do that mail out. As I say, maybe you could do it once a year. I'll have to say that's my observation. But yeah, sad to say you couldn't do it too often with the budget we have.
Still worth keeping as an option.
All right, well, that's the last official business sorted out. Congress will be online again next year.
Okay, I'm going to place a motion to end Congress. There's no final discussion. Place your votes. Thank you very much, everyone. This has been very productive. We've had the usual flock of policy amendments with some interesting new stuff in there. I'm keen next year to see some more experimental policy. I think we've made some room in our weirdness budget to see some interesting things come forward. Potentially something around a central digital currency, if we could make some motion to have comment in that direction. Something that is urgent in the policy space is getting some press releases out on COVID and on the online safety bill, potentially also a position statement for the online safety bill or policy reference to it, but that potentially may be a longer term project.
While we wait for the votes to finish up, can I just say a big thanks to Mandrake as well? I think I watched the session from last year. I wasn't in attendance, but I watched it on YouTube, and I think the technology step up between that and this year has been substantial and it's been really good. So thanks, mate, for putting in the hard work.
Yes. Well done, Bryn. We had our traditional tech issues, of course, but we got through it, so all good.
You got through it faster this year than previous years. Online and offline. Okay, that motion carries, and close of Congress for National Congress 2021 for Pirate Party Australia. Thank you very much, everyone, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you all.
Have a good one, guys.
A onboarding meeting as well. Actually, I'll put this in text chat.
Do that. You can finish it.
All right, see you guys.
You could have finished it.
All right.